Clerk, you ready?
No mic? Yes. Is your mic on? We're good?
Yeah, we got it. Yeah.
Welcome to everyone. We're going to call to order the Effingham Board of Commissioners regular meeting this December 5th, 2023 at 5 o'clock. We'll begin with roll call. Commissioner Floyd.
Here.
Commissioner Burdette.
Here.
Commissioner Corbett's here. Commissioner Deloach.
Here.
Commissioner Loper is absent. Commissioner Kiefer.
Here.
And we do have a quorum. With that, I'm going to ask everyone, if you please rise for the invocation, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. Heavenly Father, we are so thankful for the community that we live in. We're thankful for the blessings that you've bestowed upon this community. Thankful for the leadership, not just on this board, but that's within our community and the constituents and all those that make up this place that we call home. We ask for your guidance tonight and your wisdom as we discern and do make decisions that are blessed for our community and are honorable to you. We ask this in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have, the next item is the approval of our agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any corrections or additions to this agenda tonight?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and board members, we do. Tonight, we would like to remove from unfinished business items number 6 and 7. Those items pertain to KFJT Enterprises, LLC, as agent for estate of Ernest Otgen to rezone 170-plus acres on Otgen Road from AR1 and R4 to I1. The applicant has requested these items be removed from the agenda.
Number 8,
I'm sorry.
that's the sketch plan for the same.
Yes, I'm sorry, that is correct.
Items 6, 7, and 8.
6, 7, and 8.
Removed from the agenda. Any other corrections or additions?
We have an addition under new business, number 15. And this is for the addition of positions for the sheriff's office.
Okay.
And those are the changes, sir.
All right, do we have a motion to approve the agenda with the stated changes?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Kiefer to approve the agenda with the stated changes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Being no no's, it passes unanimously. Is this mic loud enough for you guys? Because I have a soft voice. Can you turn my mic up some? It just sounded lower than normal. Is that better? If you can't hear me during the meeting, just raise your hand, because I don't have a strong voice and I've been talking all day on phone and so forth with different folks. So I want to welcome everyone tonight. Got a good crowd tonight. That's always good to have participation in our democratic process. Comments tonight, please commit them to the agenda items only. Should you wish to make remarks, clearly state your name. Come to the podium. That way the clerk can hear it and make a record for posterity. And speak clearly into the microphone after that. All the documents for this meeting are located in the clerk's office. They've been on our website, and I hope everyone's had a chance to review that and prepare for that over their time at the podium. But we're going to begin tonight, first of all, with a very special presentation. This doesn't happen too often when you get to honor people who've been in service for so long. But we have a special award for Elizabeth Hales for 31 years of service to Effingham County EMS. We might applaud her at the end, but I'll applaud at the beginning too.
I'm sorry, before you do that, sir, if you could go back and call for a motion to approve the minutes of the November 21st work session and regular meeting minutes.
All right, do you have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Loach, second by Mr. Floyd to approve the minutes in the workshop as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nays, that passes unanimously. I didn't see the little minutes written in there. All righty. So, let's go on with our presentation. Let's celebrate. And do you have that prepared? Okay. Why don't I invite the commissioners to all come down front? I'm not gonna get a picture with you. Come up, and if anybody wants to come up with it and get the picture, that's fine. Friends and family. I'll come over this way, okay? Let me read this first. This is such a great thing when you have an employee that has that kind of dedication, 31 years of service. That's not too long. I don't know what our longest standing employee that's got to be up there with this stuff. So this is exciting. Effingham County Board of Commissioners, we the Board of Commissioners of Effingham County recognize Elizabeth G. Hales, March 1992, her service to December 2023. For 31 years of service with Effingham County EMS, we thank you for your unwavering dedication to our county and our citizens. Presented this 5th day of December 2023. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Ms. Hales has that 31 years without the, hopefully, HR proposal we're going to consider tonight that's going to help create longevity. I mean, she didn't get all the gifts that we're looking to do to promote longevity. She just loves this community. What a sweet service she's given us. All right, with that, we'll go to our consent agenda. It's quite long. If you'll be patient with me, I'll read each item as required. And then we'll entertain a motion to approve all 10 items on the consent agenda
Item 2.
as read.
Item 2 under presentation.
Item 2,
Yeah, you have
another item under presentation.
Juvenile court.
I'm sorry. Ms. Elizabeth Calhoun with Juvenile Court has a presentation.
Good evening to all of you. Thank you for the time to discuss the needs of the juvenile court here in Effingham County. I'm actually the juvenile court judge here for the Ogeechee Circuit, but I'm practicing 99.9% in Effingham County. The reason I'm here is because I'm not just the juvenile court judge, I'm also an advocate for the juvenile court. Here are the examples of the cases that I see in juvenile court. These are not fictitious cases, these are actual cases. And this is not in Chatham County, it is not in Scriven County, it is not in Bullitt County, it is in Effingham. Beginning with DJJ, which are delinquent juveniles. We had a 13-year-old who decided that woke up his sister by striking her in the head with a lamp and then proceed to repeatedly stab her. Another case, children as young as 12 and 13 are stealing their parents' and grandparents' vehicles and then going to rob convenience stores for cigarettes and vapes. The fights in schools are becoming more vicious, especially amongst the females. A young man who was juvenile shoved a stolen gun into the face of his girlfriend's stepfather because the stepfather insisted that the young man get out of the bed with the stepdaughter and leave. Of course, it was a stolen gun. Somehow they always manage to find these guns in some type of field somewhere. They just magically appear. Car break-ins are a problem. Guns that are found in the car are very seldom returned. Instead, they are almost automatically sold immediately. Children are sexually molesting younger siblings, other family members, and neighbors. It is not unusual to have a sexual molestation case on our dockets every single month. Parents and siblings are sleeping behind padlocked bedroom doors at night because they are terrified that their children are going to either harm them or try to kill them. Young females are sneaking out of their houses to meet men in their 20s and 30s. We have one specific instance where the sheriff's department can sit on the corner and watch the men come and go. They are trading sex for drugs and other items. Children as young as 13 are fighting law enforcement officers over trying to give up a cell phone. These children consider those to be their right and their privilege and their lifeline. When it comes to defects cases, the other aspect of juvenile court, we have children who have died at the hands of their parents, which are cases you have never seen because they have not made the news. We have children who have been left with injuries so severe at the hands of their parents that they no longer have an independent life. They will be dependent their entire life. We have children, a 3-day-old now or 4-day-old, who was born with fentanyl. We have children who are living in squalor because this is the only existence that their generation knows, and the family generation just perpetuates and perpetuates. Termination of parental rights is a case that we have almost every month. A lot of times people ask me, what's the answer? And I could ask these people out here and they'd probably say, lock them up, throw away the key. The problem is that is not what juvenile code requires. Juvenile code does not indicate that we are allowed to do that. We have to find answers for these kids. The gut reaction is not going to solve the problem. I am set with the task of trying to find a resolution. The problem is we have no resources in juvenile court to do so. We have been fortunate enough to now have a CHINS coordinator, Bonnie Saxon, who is beginning to work with the truancy issues. That is the only assistant, not even really an assistant, that there is for juvenile court. Because of funding, I am my own administrative assistant. I do not have an office that is secured by the county. I have no security whatsoever. I have had a situation wherein a gentleman who is now doing 10 years in the DOC for terroristic threats against somebody else came to my office, was banging on the door. All I could do was go to the smaller inner office. Unfortunately, didn't grab my cell phone in time. Had no security whatsoever. I am personally responsible for my rent, for the cell phone that I have. I am personally responsible for the printer, copy. I do get office supplies. That is all that I am able to secure. Juvenile court cannot perform its responsibilities without resources. Support cannot just be voiced. We have to have the funds. If you look at the budget for juvenile court, and I am not an accountant by any means, so if I misspoke, it's not to try and deceive you. If you break down the numbers, $100,000 for salaries, that is for myself and Judge Shepard. That is it. Out of that is not a penny is coming from Effingham County, Jenkins, Scriven, or Effingham, or Bullock. $100,000 under OCGA 151152C1, where the judicial circuit receives a state grant of $100,000. So it appears as if there is $100,000 being provided. It is not being provided by the counties, it is being provided by the state as a grant. There is also health insurance, which I'm surprised is listed because we have never been offered health insurance. It's not something I would personally need, and I don't know if Judge Shepard would, but I don't know why it's listed in our budget. I have researched and see no reason that Effingham County cannot support our juvenile court. Even if Bullock decides not to have programs for their county, Effingham County has to have programs. It was only after the collapse of the probation department in state court that I was fortunate enough to even get the CHINS coordinator. And I am looking for next year there be some reassurance that that position actually continue. The question that I'm asking is, what is the priority of this county? I know very well that all these people sitting behind me are worried about land. They're not thinking about the people. They're not here for the people that I'm concerned about, which are our juveniles. We have to make the children in this county priority, period. If not, a lot of times I've heard, well, crime's coming from Chatham, it's creeping over Port Wentworth line. That's not the case. It is also not the case that the individuals that I mentioned to you are minorities and they are not low income. These are your middle and upper middle income families who are dealing with these issues. As far as solutions goes, as I stated, it needs to be more of a priority. Every court in that courthouse is of importance. However, when there is more money being allocated to uniforms, which are polo tops and jackets, of $4,000 for one court, than we have in programs, there is a problem. We need to actively solicit mental health providers for our county. There is a desert here. There is no mental health programs. There is no mental health providers in this area. We also need to find the money for a boys and girls club. Not every child wants to play sports. We need pro-social activities for these kids. In a boys and girls club setting, we can have activities, we can have mentors, we can have people who will assist with their homework and such. They need guidance, and that is what we need through Boys and Girls Club. I'm also asking that the CHINS program be protected. Essentially, what I'm asking for is that there be an investment in juvenile court. We seem to be beating our heads against a wall. I take with me, whenever I go out of town, we are on call 24/7. If there is a child that needs to come into care, I have to be able to prepare an order and get it done. I take my own portable laptop and printer, which I purchased, so that I can prepare those orders. There needs to be a recognition of the needs in this state, or in this county. We do not want to become a mirror image of Chatham County. We have to do something now, and it needs to be, I understand that right now everybody's starting in the budget. That's why I am literally begging you to do something for our kids. Because otherwise, we are gonna have more and more people who are terrified of their own children. We're gonna have more and more families that are being torn apart. So it's not gonna matter how pretty these subdivisions are gonna look. It's not gonna matter how many warehouses you have, because the whole structure of our county, the foundation, which is the family, is going to absolutely crumble.
Yeah, I
Thank you
appreciate
for
it.
your time.
No, don't believe you. I'm
Okay.
a couple of questions, thoughts. The juvenile court started when, 2018 in our county?
2019, it was
19.
designated.
Yeah,
Yes.
just to affirm to you this board's commitment to that, particularly when, like, Michael Muldrow was running for office, I asked him, where are you at on juvenile? Because I believe I just come on the commission in 2016. I said, I believe we need a juvenile court that addresses the needs of our youth. And I talked to many of the board members, and they agreed. He said, I'm all on board for it. And he was instrumental in getting us a juvenile court, and we were willing to fund it. So I don't think this board, any question, they want to fund what we need to do for a quality juvenile court that addresses our youth that have these, that we don't kick them to the curb. And I think everybody in this room would agree with that. And they may be here for other issues, but I think they love kids too. They're all sitting around you. The other thing is, have you presented the ideas and budget needs to our management so they can present it to us?
No, not yet, no.
Okay, that would be the first phase, because I'm just assuring you, this board has a real heart to make sure that court, we're the ones who pushed to get that court in there. They used to go through Superior Court, and that's not adequate to handle our children. They're handling different types of people, different types of cases, so we wanted someone that had expertise to deal with youth and so forth. So we're not aware of those needs until you make us aware of them. So we're going to a workshop in January. We do a couple of years. That's our follow-up to our fall workshop as we get ready to go into our budget. And I think if you would supply management with the details of program ideas, budget, assistance, which I can't say that we can give everything, but I guarantee you we will address to give adequate funding to continue to move our juvenile court down the road, because we believe in it.
And I appreciate it. And I'm very fiscally conservative. That's why it kind of grates on me to see things that are within the budget, that when I see polo tops and things like that.
But that
come
has
on,
nothing to do
that's-
with what you need, in the sense.
It doesn't have what they need, but it seems to be,
We
my
have it-
thought is, if we're spending money on something like that, let's get it back to the
Well,
kids.
only reason we're not, it doesn't mean you don't need to spend money for the uniforms so that people who work in certain offices can be recognized. It has nothing to do that we don't want to fund you. We don't need to replace that money. We just need to know what those needs are. So we were interested, we started it, we provided funding for it. Yes, there's state money as well that funds that, other counties fund it, but it didn't have to end there, and I agree with you. I'm just telling you, we support you in that. But if you supply those needs and ideas and a budget, then we can begin looking at that and start addressing even now. We can do that through budget amendments. It didn't have to necessarily wait to our fiscal year budget. But that would be the next phase. So I appreciate your presentation, appreciate your passion, your heart for these youth. If it had any less, you wouldn't be here asking us for resources to get it done.
No, I wouldn't. And I mean, my private practice is almost non-existent. I've made the sacrifice financially, and I'm saying that at a certain point, we need to be there.
Yeah, I'm gonna know that you're using personal income to fund your office. Yeah, those things need to be addressed. So if you'll make that for us as quickly as possible, get it to our manager. Tim, we'll carry it to our workshop and see how we can not only relieve some pressure, but get out in front. We're trying to get out in front of a lot of things. Tonight, we're gonna do some things for the sheriff as we grow to get out in front of where things are going. So I appreciate that.
And if anybody has not been to the sheriff's seminar regarding drugs, it is well worth it as
Thank you
well.
again so much. Appreciate your service.
Okay.
Ms. Calhoun, are there any other counties that you've seen have success in this area that we could model, that's kind of been down the road before of growth and these kind of problems arise? Is there somebody we can look to so we're not trying to reinvent the wheel?
Oh, with the CHINS program, for example, we've relied upon what they've done in Cherokee County.
Cherokee?
The reason being is because we can't even look at Chatham County. They have almost a $2 million budget.
Comparatively, it wouldn't
Yeah.
match up.
And but a lot of times it comes down to, and I've tried to guilt people into it through the churches and stuff that we've run into, is we need mentors. We need people in this community to step up. And my dad always said, don't walk the walk, or don't talk the talk, walk the walk. So I get really tired of hearing what people are gonna do. You know, it's a woulda, coulda, shoulda. I want to see what they're actually gonna do. But we do, we need mentors. We need people who turn around and tell these kids, you know what, you screwed up and you're accountable, but this is how you get past that.
And there's some
And that's a
connections with
large
some
part of it.
organizations, stay in contact with us that we can help you with, like Young Life and different organizations in the county that currently exist to mentor young men and women, I think, in that club. So there's volunteers already wanting to work with children or youth that are going through troubled times. Yeah, so we gotta move on. I appreciate your input. And Judge Mulder, I'm sure, would have a heart to help you with any request for funding, and he's got a lot of experience and knowledge working with kids as well, so he could be a big asset for you in that.
I appreciate it. Thank you all for.
I have one other
Yes, sir.
quick question. You said, you know, fear for security. Where is your office?
I don't release that.
You don't?
No.
Oh, okay, I understand.
There are reasons for that.
If it's in a county,
No, it is not at a county building.
Okay.
No,
And
it
those are
is.
things that I think our staff we can ask, if you can take that quickly, just address that, see what we need to look at that to
if
protect
we
our
can help
judge.
somehow secure her safety in her office
Yeah.
where she's working.
It was, somebody told them, pointed them in the direction,
Yeah.
so.
Well, thank you for the presentation, and we take notes, that's a good point.
Thank you all.
Floyd, that we'll look at that, improving your safety of your office as well. That could be between, Tim, you can help us with that, okay? All right, have I missed anything else on the agenda? All right, I appreciate it. I think we're on the consent agenda. I'm gonna read through the consent agenda. It should go fairly quickly, but it is long. There are 10 items, and then I'll ask for a motion to approve all the items. These are items that we've already reviewed, and they don't require any discussion. Excuse me. Item number 1, consideration to renew a solid waste collection recycling service agreement with Atlantic Waste Service Incorporated. Item 2, consideration to renew an agreement with 13 Vertical LLC DBA CJT Software for a new software program for the Effingham County Probate Court. Item number 3, consideration to renew a lease agreement between Effingham County and the City of Springfield for the Fire Department building. Item number 4, consideration to renew an agreement with Elevus to provide data hosting and billing records for the Effingham County EMS. Item number 5, consideration to approve a memorandum of agreement between Savannah Technical College and Effingham County EMS. Item number 6, consideration to ratify and affirm the purchase of enterprise vehicles ordered for public works, water, and sewer. Item number 7, consideration to approve acceptance of a grant award from ACCG Employee Safety Grant Program. Excuse me. Item number 8, consideration to ratify and affirm submittal of a grant application and acceptance of a grant award for the Georgia Trauma Commission. Item number 9, consideration to ratify and affirm a Georgia Gang Prosecution Grant application acceptance of the grant award for the Sheriff's Office. Item number 10, consideration to approve sanitation releases as submitted by administrative staff, approved by the tax assessor, tax commissioner, and the fire chief. That is our consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette to approve the consent agenda as I just read it. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. I'm gonna ask the board to give me a little grace tonight, because I think there's a lot of people here for item number 13. If you're here for the gun ordinance, if you just raise your hand to make sure I'm correct on that. I thought so. So I don't wanna make you wait for the whole agenda. I'm gonna move that to the top, and then we'll come back to number 1. I don't think the other items will take that long. And that might make the temperature go down, because air conditioning works a lot harder when you got 100 people in the room. So it won't make you wait, is the main thing. So if you don't mind, gentlemen, if we'll go to item number 13, consideration, is it 13?
Yeah, 13.
Yeah, consideration to approve the second reading of an ordinance for Part 2 Official Code, Chapter 42, Section 42-7, under firearms of the Effingham County Code of Ordinance. First reading was November 21st, 2023. And I've spoken with Commissioner Deloach and asked him if he would, first I'd like to do is him express what the intent of what we're trying to do. That might help everybody understand that we're not trying to restrict firearms anyway. And then Tim will have a couple of comments. I want to make sure we're clear on our intent, because the ordinance did not read as well as it should have read. And we got it about the same time you got it from our first reading, and we're looking to tweak that. But I'm gonna let him share first. He'll put a tweak on that, and then we're gonna have a few comments from the public to make sure we're communicating what we're trying to do, and see if you still have some concerns that we need to address before we finalize any ordinance at all, okay? Sound fair enough? So, Mr. Loach, if you'd like to make comment?
Good evening, everyone. I've already talked to a lot of you here in the room. I've talked to a lot that's not here in the room, that could not be here for various reasons this evening. So I just wanted, I guess, first just to tell you how we got here. First of all, those of you that know me, I hunt. I have deer dogs. I like to bird hunt. I like to shoot guns with my kids. So there was no intent to try to take gun rights away from anybody. There was no intent to try to outlaw dove hunting. I got some calls on that. This has nothing to do with deer hunting either. We have no intent to do anything with that. We want everybody to have the right to hunt. So how we got here is there are some folks in the county that have had this call to sheriff on folks that have had a dove hunt. Sheriff deputies are dispatched, they come out to the field, and the hunt stops. So we were trying to create something that could help those hunters out to where they could continue their dove hunt and they would not have an issue. That was it. That was our intent. We understand what the first reading, what is there, it is vague. I've had a lot of people that have commented that the way they interpret it is during dove season, they cannot even target practice. They cannot fire a firearm on their property. That is not the intent of what we're trying to do here. Staff has been working on a possible revision. We want to spell that out and address that. The other common concern that came up was the acreage, 100 acres. I understand everybody does not have 100 acres. So we are going to address that as well. There's several options that we have. We can hear from some of you. I know some of you have prepared some remarks. We can hear from some of you. Obviously get your input. We can possibly add that into a revision of our first reading on that. Or there's another option. I believe it was in 1997, which I was still in high school then. I believe is when the 300 yards on the firing a firearm from a residence, that was put in place. We could look at possibly modifying that. Maybe if we did that, maybe that takes care of everything. So I'm going to stop. I'll let our county manager make some comments, but I just wanted to state we did not have any intention of trying to hinder hunting. We were trying to help some of these folks out that are having some issues, and that's it. So, Tim?
Sure. And so just so everybody is aware what the current ordinance that passed in 1997 states, and I'll just read it really quick. It says, "It shall be unlawful for any person to discharge any explosive, pistol, gun, or other weapon or instrument likely to produce injury to another person or property, except in defense of person or property within a radius of 300 yards from any occupied dwelling without the express permission of the occupant of such dwelling. Nothing in this section shall apply to any person authorized by law to use firearms in the course of his duty." So that's the existing law that's been in place since 1997, and that's the one that the sheriff has to, when he gets a phone call about a firearm discharge, he has to respond to and enforce. And so you can get an idea of what the issue surrounds. A gentleman who had a rather large piece of property and has been hunting doves on it for decades, had somebody build a house on an adjacent lot, and that lot put them within 900 feet, put that home within 900 feet of where they normally hunt. And so this individual was calling the sheriff's office, and the sheriff was responding to that and basically telling them, unless you get that homeowner's permission, you cannot discharge your weapon there and do what you have normally done. And so what staff was charged to do is to try and tweak the ordinance to take those situations into consideration. One of the things that the sheriff mentioned to us was that while he doesn't get many calls about instances regarding hunting, he does get a tremendous amount of calls with regards to discharging of firearms near personal residences. So the concept we came up with was to come up with 2 exceptions or exemptions from that law. It was to basically loosen up the ordinance when it came to dove hunting, because asking the sheriff, he had not gotten any memorable complaints with regard to any other sort of hunting, like deer hunting, because you're taking a single shot. With dove hunting, obviously that's different. And so what we basically came up with was the 2 exemptions, which said if it's a single parcel under single ownership and you had a minimum of 100 acres, and I'm well aware that's arbitrary, in agricultural zoning, AR1 zoning, you can discharge firearms without notifying the county or without getting permission from neighboring property owner residences during the Georgia Wildlife Resource Division designated dove season. So we were trying to create an exemption to that to broaden the individual rights to discharge the firearm. For the smaller properties, we were just going to say that you simply had to make a phone call and let them know, and let the sheriff's office know. And the reason was so that when they got complaints from the surrounding residents, because the thought was there'd be more likely on a smaller lot to get a complaint, that the dispatchers can then state that that particular property owner has called us to inform us of their intent to discharge weapons related to a dove hunt. So, those were the 2 things. Obviously, we can tweak those based on feedback this evening. But I do, I'll reiterate what Commissioner Deloach said. The intent was to loosen the 1997 laws, not make it more restrictive. But I think the wording, if we were to word it better, we'd clearly mention them as exemptions, which we just simply used, reference to the previous ordinance. We make it clear that these are exemptions from the 1997 ordinance to provide looser, more permissive gun use. So that's all I got.
Thank you both for helping everyone understand that we are not wanting to make it more difficult. We were trying to solve one issue and at the same time make it more amenable to our way of life that we enjoy. Me and my brother, only 40 acres, but we like to target shoot and skeet shoot. We're not restricting those things. But there might be some things we could do. So I know that there are several have come tonight. I want to make sure we're clear on what our intent is, and maybe you could help us with what we need to address to tweak it correctly so that we do enjoy what we enjoy in Effingham County. So if you'd like to make a comment, someone tonight related to what we're trying to do, we'll hear from 2 or 3 of you. I see a couple hands. I'll start here. Well, I'll start with, go ahead, Alan, come on up, and then that gentleman there. And if someone says what you're going to say, you won't need to repeat it because we're on your side in this. We're not trying to make it more difficult. We just want to make sure we hear the things so that when we get the tweak, then we can make those changes and then have the second reading, and you can be a part of that and hear that too, and make sure you agree with us. Go ahead.
Okay, first, my name's Alan Zipper. I live on Blue Jay Road, Rankin, Georgia. First, I want to make a statement, and then I got some questions because I'm very unclear about this ordinance. A lot of people move into our county for the schools and the laid-back country lifestyle, okay? Part of that laid-back country lifestyle is hunting, fishing, shooting, doing things of that nature. So I don't feel like it's right for you to interfere with my rights on my property because someone moved 300 yards away from my property and they don't like me shooting birds or shooting targets or whatever. That's my statement. Now, when I look at your ordinance for over 100 acres, pretty clear. Under 100 acres, it specifically says dove hunting and federal dates that you can shoot doves. So the day or the week before, if you own 50 acres and you want to shoot 500 rounds of skeet to practice up, is that legal? You don't have to call the sheriff for that.
I don't think you do, no.
No, this is only pertains to dove
So,
hunting.
so then what's the difference the next day if dove season comes in? How do you know if that guy is shooting trap,
Mr. Shepherd,
skeet,
let me
or
help you-
shooting doves?
I'm happy with something. If your neighbors don't complain, you ain't gotta call anybody.
Well, when you live next to a subdivision, one's gonna complain.
Well-
If I light a fire to burn trash, they call the fire department, okay? If we shoot a gun, they call the sheriff's department, you know? And I've lived on that, my family's lived on that property since 1752.
I got you.
And
that's
I
why,
ain't planning on changing.
that's why we may need to look at lowering that acreage. We're trying to make it where people don't have to call, they don't have to do anything different than they're already doing. Like, you know, my neighbors know that we target practice. They're never gonna call anybody.
I
If
get
someone-
it, but what I don't understand is what's the difference in the day that dove season comes in and the day before dove season comes in shooting? You're still just charging a firearm. You're still shooting it up in the air, the same way you're gonna be doing for a bird. The only difference is, in your ordinance, is dove season. So it's my thinking that you get your foot in the door with dove season, and the next thing you know, well, you can't discharge a firearm because you ain't got 100 acres. That's what's coming.
Oh, no, that's not what's coming.
The way
That
this
is not the
ordinance is
intent.
written, if you left it wide open for that, and you need to throw this ordinance away and come up with something different that's clearly defined that don't take our rights away. But this, as it's written, is so wide open for whoever officer comes out there to interpret it any way they want to interpret it. And I just want you to know I'm opposed to
I
it.
appreciate that. That's, we want to hear what we're hearing in it because we're on that page. We don't want it to read a way that takes away a right. The intent, at the end of the day, is going to be to make it less intrusive on us.
Well, I'll say this, Mr. Wesley, I've been living here a long time. Once this county started developing, every time you turn around, the government takes another property owner's right away. More and more and more, every time you turn around, because they come in and they complain, and you just lived here for your whole life, you gotta change your lifestyle because somebody sold property next to you and they built a house. And I'm okay with the development, I'm okay with you coming. But if you wanna come, you need to welcome the lifestyle of that community, not try to make your lifestyle the new lifestyle.
That's okay. I can applaud that too, because that's what we're trying to do. In other words, there was somebody who moved next to one of our constituents that has enjoyed this lifestyle. We were trying to put something that allowed that lifestyle to continue on. But maybe in the writing of it, it doesn't do everything we need it to do. I got you, and understand that.
Thank you.
So we're gonna work till we get it where it allows me to target shoot in my backyard with 40 acres, you with 10, if that's all you got. And we're looking to make sure, so this government body is not looking to take any rights. We were actually trying to address one man who was having issues, and we've done that through the first reading, but we've got some work to get to the second reading.
Well, the way a long time ago, when I first started shooting in my field, it was 300 feet from the residence. And then at some point in time, it moved from 300 feet to 300 yards.
We're gonna look at that too.
I can tell you, it happened.
It's 97 when that.
And so,
We're gonna look at that. That's 97 for any of us who are on the board. And so what happened was that, as the manager explained, that ordinance is on the book now. And that ordinance was causing our constituents problems with what we enjoy now when somebody from outside our community moves into our community. So it's
what I'm
causing us to have
saying
to
is, when
address that.
when you got a violator, if I shoot 200 feet away or 200 yards away, give me a citation. Don't punish the whole community. Punish the person who's doing the violation. That's what we have law enforcement for.
I got you. Well, I think we're on the same page.
All right, thank you.
All right, someone else. I think this gonna raise his hand first. Go, right here. Well, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just found out
Can you start
about,
with your name, because she has
I
to
beg
have.
your pardon, my name is Glenn Parrish, 3259 Old Louisville Road. That's in Effingham. And I just found out about this afternoon, about 2 hours ago, and so if I seem a little bit disorganized, it's because I'm a lot disorganized. Also, I may have a misunderstanding somewhere, and if I do, if you'll let me know, I'll correct my position and apologize for my errors. But I begin with, I'll let you know, I'm not a dove hunter, and I don't see how my concerns don't have anything to do with dove season. I am a property owner, and I have less than 100 acres, so that's an issue to me. I believe the gentleman over here has admitted that the 100 acres is a rather arbitrary and capricious number, and I don't really understand. If I owned 1,000 acres, Mr. Chairman, and you owned 50 acres, I don't see where there's any protection for our neighbors, for be a restriction on me or a restriction on you because you have a smaller acreage. And being, I can stand right on the edge of my property line. If I own 500 acres, I can stand right on the edge of my property line, which might be a little close to your house. Whereas if you owned 25, 27 acres like I do, I could stand right in, or you could stand in the center of your property and do your firearm stuff and give more protection to your neighbors. So I don't see where the size of the land has anything to do with it, other than a property owner with 100 acres or more seems to get a little bit more of that liberty and justice that we just said a Pledge of Allegiance to. You start separating people by their monetary value, and face it, land is money. You know, poor people don't have land. Rich people have a lot of land. Middle-aged, middle-income people have a little bit of land. We start dividing, this country's divided up enough. We don't need to start envying people who have more land than we have.
I agree.
And that's a big issue in today's,
But can I interject something? So I don't hate to interrupt you, but we agree with you, and we don't want to distinguish between a large landowner and a small landowner. As Mr. Lutz, that wasn't intent. We were trying to address one issue, but we can see now that it may be that trying to address that one man's issue with a neighbor that was jeopardizing his rights, maybe jeopardizing the smaller landowners like maybe you and I.
Well, sir,
So-
I have an answer. I have a legal answer for that man who was complaining. If he just got here, he came to the nuisance. You see, we talked about protecting our tradition, honored behaviors and what have you.
Right.
But then again, we talk about a changing population. The population is changing, Mr. Chairman, because people from that grew up in subdivisions in Chatham County are moving up here, and they don't like us shooting our guns.
And we know that.
They came to the nuisance. We were here. We were doing our crazies, so.
Well, that's
so-
what we're trying to protect, actually. We're
Well,
not trying to take it away.
maybe this whole idea ought to be scrapped.
It may need to
That's
be.
coming.
Well, it may have to be scrapped, or we may have to look at the 1997 ordinance, see if we need to attack it from that level.
Mr. Chairman, if we can change something for the better, let's change it.
Yeah,
Change is a good thing when it's for the good, but when change has a negative effect on the community at large, we're trying to appease people who are coming in now. The property owners are the ones who are carrying the burden around here as far as the finance. We all know that. And you know, we're blessed to own property. The poor people and the underprivileged don't own property. And so we pay our taxes. Well, the gentleman before me mentioned, you know, that our property rights keep dwindling. And trust me, and you know it all because you're probably all property owners, when your right to enjoy your property is infringed upon, you are losing your property rights. And if I've got to call the government and let them know sometime in advance that I'm going to go out and shoot my rifles or pistols, and by the way, the ordinance, this proposed amendment says you have to report, which is tantamount to getting a permit. That fire and timber reference in there is so misplaced. The fire and timber ordinance that required you to call in is not a constitutional issue. Gun rights are a Second Amendment constitutional issue. It's not like building a fire.
Couldn't agree with you more. Yep.
Well, what are we doing here then? We're toying around with and dickering with and sapping away gun rights. That's what this boils down to, and it's out of place.
Well, we're not trying to toy around with it. Remember, as Mr. Loach shared, what we tried to do was someone who moved into the neighborhood was trying to jeopardize. So we weren't looking out for the people moving in. We were trying to look out for the people who are already here. Now, we may not be doing it the right way.
Well, also, the sheriff made, and I'm not getting Jimmy involved with this, but one of his biggest complaints is firearm calls. Believe me, I'm with you 100%. I'm ready to scrap it all personally.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
And I agree. You shouldn't have to get permission from anybody to shoot on your property.
thank you, Mr. Floyd. That's why we're here. And let me ask you this, Mr. Floyd, you mentioned the sheriff. How in the world is this going to help the sheriff's office and his resources? It's not going to cut down on the number of calls, is it?
No.
No.
But the officers will not be dispatched to those properties.
Listen, I've got the answer to that too. It's twofold. Okay. Number one, when somebody comes in and says, there's somebody over shooting guns next in the woods over here or whatever. Well, the first answer is that's somebody exercising their constitutional rights. That's First Amendment stuff. The second answer is, I don't know who's shooting.
Well, let me suggest this.
To be able to say that Glenn Parrish called in and gave me an
Be
agenda.
able to have a sensible conversation. Are you in a neighborhood?
Yeah.
Were you hit? I mean, why are you calling?
That's a different issue when somebody's been shot.
I know, but I'm just saying, I mean, why are you calling over a gunshot noise?
Yeah, I think.
Well, because you're from Chatham County and you lived in the subdivision, you know what? You know what this does? Now it gets down to this. What we're marching towards, we're going to create a homeowners association for the entire county, and it says this and this and this. Well, we don't live in subdivisions.
Yeah,
we don't want to live in subdivisions.
All right, others want to speak, and I appreciate your input. Matter of fact, I think what it's telling me, I don't know what the board's saying, we need to look, we were trying to tweak under the current ordinance that was not established by us to make it easier.
We need to start from scratch, Chairman.
We need to go back and probably look at that old ordinance and see what that needs to be done so that the footage doesn't cause that conflict.
Right, and
So
we
there may
already-
be some ways to address our concerns and your concerns with what we're reading right now as well. So we hear you, but I need to hear from some other folks if that's okay, 'cause we got you back. We understand what
I
you're
might
saying.
say, we already have state laws, so why can't we just go by the state laws and scrap them?
Amen. Leave it like it is.
That's what we should be doing.
It
I
ain't broke.
appreciate that suggestion, but that's what I'm saying. We probably need to address the 1997 until
Exactly.
until
That
we
would be
address
getting
that,
rid of that,
making
would
it go to
go
the
back to
state
state
or
law.
whatever. The sheriff is going to have this bondage put on, not by this board, but a previous board. So we may have gone the wrong route trying to tweak it to satisfy this one landowner. So we're with you.
May I make one
Please
more
quickly,
point?
because there's more.
I will.
And
I'm going to make
I got
another
a
point.
7-page agenda I got to address.
I understand, and I appreciate the work that you and all the rest of you do, and I certainly appreciate you letting me come over here and get some therapy. But here's an issue that needs to stay, we need to stay focused on. This issue about you don't have, if you own less than 100 acres, you don't have to do anything, just call the sheriffs.
I
and
think
get
that's gonna go
permission.
away. I'm pretty sure, I'm hearing from the board,
Yeah.
that ain't gonna be
well,
there.
You know, if you own 100 acres, you're protected from that indignity, from that invasion of privacy, and that's not American.
No, I think the board is hear that, and we're agreeing with that.
Well, I appreciate you letting me say it again,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I'm gonna entertain a motion and then see if anyone really, I think we got you back on this. I'm gonna entertain a motion, because we're not gonna make a decision, I don't think, until we have something that either gets rid of the 1997 ordinance that frees up the sheriff, that still,
The people are still gonna call the sheriff. I can't.
yeah,
Mr.
but the
Floyd brought
1997
it up, and I
goes
don't-
away, it won't
I don't
matter.
see how this is gonna help, Mr. McDuffie at all. He's still gonna get his number of calls.
Well, if he didn't have a law that requires him to respond, he won't have to respond.
I'm sorry?
If he doesn't have a law that requires him to respond, he won't have to respond. For instance, I'm in my backyard and I'm shooting, okay?
That's what I do.
And I'm within 100, 200 feet or whatever the state, what's the state?
State's 50 feet from the public highway.
Okay.
But
and
it's
I'm-
just the highway
Okay.
is what
50
it
yards.
addresses.
Okay,
Sorry.
and I'm 50 foot from the public highway and my neighbor calls.
50 yards.
50 yards or whatever it is.
Feet.
And my neighbor calls, the sheriff's gonna say, well, that's in accordance with the state law. We're not gonna send anybody out there. So there's some things we can do to even make it easier, 'cause that's what our intent was. And I think that's where this board's gonna head toward, going back and addressing whatever that 97 was,
And just adopt the state laws.
probably adopt the state law, but we gotta look at that.
The state law covers you if you're on somebody else's property as well.
I tell you
So, I
where
mean,
we
that-
need to start looking and then look down. Look at the Constitution of the United States and then look down from there.
That's what we're doing, the state.
If we don't violate the Constitution of the United States, nobody's gonna be upset.
And that's what we're kinda saying.
Thank
Okay.
you very much.
All right.
Appreciate it.
I want to say just one thing. Ultimately, any one person is responsible for what comes out of the end of their gun. Right?
Absolutely. It's like
That's-
driving a car.
That's the answer to me.
Yeah.
I mean,
Which means we have to address the 1997 ordinance that's causing the issue.
Yeah.
And not try to tweak it,
and let an individual be responsible.
yeah, not try to tweak it, but
You know,
address it.
if
All right.
they're not
I'm gonna
responsible, then
All right.
I'm gonna entertain a motion, because we got a lot to do.
Thank you all for y'all's time. So. Sure. Go ahead.
I was in college.
That probably came from complaints too.
Hitting some complaints.
Uh,
I was wondering about.
My name's Jimmy Helmy, and I'm batting 0 for 0 whenever I come before the commissioners. But anyway, in 97 and after, I came up here about the 300 yard. I know that everybody says people need to be able to do what they do with their own land. But when you approve a subdivision that butts up to a parcel of mine and 300 yards all the way down a half a mile
I agree.
or a mile, you've taken my rights away off of that parcel of land.
We agree, that's what
It's-
we,
But I know y'all are gonna say you're gonna change, but in the past, it fell upon deaf ears that 300 yards down X number of feet on my property had taken my rights away. Nobody was concerned about,
This happened to me in the last 2 years.
yeah, the rights of the adjacent property owner. Nobody worries about that. And if you want to sell your property, fine. It's your property to sell. But just because you sell it, don't infringe upon all the people around you.
all right, and I appreciate that, and we agree. So I'm gonna entertain a motion.
Yeah, so,
Well, I'm gonna get this motion in place, and then we might address it. What's your motion?
so at some point in the future, and we'll get the information out, I know all of you in the room, I'll be in contact just to make sure you know. We'll have a workshop where it's dedicated strictly to this conversation, so it's more time to have a discussion. And at this time, I'll make a motion to deny this second reading.
Second.
I got a motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette, either one, Mr. Burdette, to deny this motion. So this, we're denying, we're not gonna have any changes with what we have now, but I think we still need to make it easier and better for our community than it is with the 97. To your point, you bat no for oh, maybe we make you 1 for 1 on this one. Okay. Well,
But we just did.
I
We
don't
just
remember you
did.
coming before me as chairman, so I can't answer for what's done. And a lot of this board is new, so we're trying to make it easy. So the motion is to deny it. There's a second. All in favor of denying this second reading, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it is denied. There's no change to the current regulation, okay?
Chairman, will you let him speak?
Yeah, I'll do that. So.
Mr. Chairman, it is after 6 o'clock
No,
hour for planning
I need to
board.
make you aware that we have a 6 o'clock, we have to have public hearings. So I'm gonna have to give you 1 minute because we're gonna be in violation to people here for public hearings.
Take me 1 minute, I can tell you from right here.
No, I need you to do it right there.
I'm Reggie Dickey, president of the Georgia Hunting and Fishing Federation. I'm glad you're gonna drop this because there's a number of problems in it that could cause the county to face a lawsuit. At my conference with, head of game fish management in the state, said, yeah, the county has a right to pass firearm restrictions, but it has no right to pass hunting laws, restrict hunting. And that's what this would be doing, would be restricting hunting.
I appreciate the information. We don't
And they
want to
said
follow
that, you would be facing a lawsuit and you probably wouldn't win. So I just want to let you know that ahead of time.
We need to
Okay.
make sure Mr. Dickey's at this workshop.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because we need to address whether we eliminate the 1997 or do we want to make it easier and better
Yeah.
for us to enjoy the
Well,
life we've all
simple thing is go
enjoyed
to
for.
300 feet, like a lot of the counties in the state have done. There's a number of counties that's gone to 300 feet, and that's more reasonable than almost a quarter of a mile.
Sounds good to me.
I
Appreciate
don't
it.
understand, I don't know why we need a workshop to, if,
me neither.
you know,
Well,
but
I mean,
anyway,
if we're gonna
I'll
rewrite the
entertain,
ordinance-
I'll be there.
Well, yeah.
I mean, not we have to have a workshop.
I know, I mean,
We can do it. Anyway, appreciate
Advertise.
appreciate everyone being here. So nothing's changed. Go out and enjoy your target shooting and your skeet shooting and your dove hunting under the way it's always been. And we will continue to try to see if we can make it better for us to enjoy our gun rights here in Effingham County that we've all enjoyed, me for 50-plus years. So appreciate you coming. We've got a public hearing. I'm going to take a quick break so people that don't want to stay for the rest of this meeting, which is going to go for several hours. You're welcome to stay if you'd like. Yeah, all right.
Do we have Reggie's?
So all right, those who are here for the public hearing, we're going to give time for those who are here for this one item to exit. I'm going to have to check with my clerk and see if we can do some of the old business that were public hearings and then move to the other public hearings. But just hang around and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. We'll see where we go from here.
I see what you're saying.
I know, right?
We need to come back to order.
I know.
Appreciate everyone's patience. We have a long agenda tonight. Under unfinished business, there are some public hearings we've already had that we just need to conclude some business on. We did check with the clerk, who checked with our attorney, and we can address those during our public hearing times. And then before we go back to new business, we're going to continue through our public hearings. So if you're here for public hearings, we're going to stay with those type of items until we complete them. So you won't have to be here all night long. And if you're here for a new business item, I apologize for that. We're going to address our old business items first, so hopefully we can help a lot of people not spend the night with us on these long nights that we spend, okay? So under unfinished business, item number 1, the planning board recommends approving an application by MRD Partners LLC, Nolan Andrews, as agent for Ronald V. Roberts and Barry Cheekin. Am I pronouncing that right? Chenkin. Barry Chenkin, I apologize. To rezone 18.5 acres located at 4828, 4838, 4884 McCall Road from R2 and AR1 to I1 to allow for warehouse development, map number 450D, parcel number 4A and 5 in the 2nd District. This was postponed from November 7th, 2023. And we've had our public hearing. I want to see if the applicant wants to offer any additional information based on what they heard from the public hearing that might help the response of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Harold Yellen on behalf of Nolan Andrews, who is the principal with MRD, and he represents the owners. Also, CJ Chance, who is our project engineer, both of whom are sitting to my right. I think you can see that there are 5 items on the agenda, and they all relate to the same property. Item 1 and 2 involve the rezoning of the property. One's a public hearing, one's a second reading. 3 and 4 is a request for some variances, which we believe are pretty minor in nature. And item 5 is a sketch plan for the project. With your permission, can I jump into 1 and 2? I know that there'll be questions that relate to all 5, but
Yes.
but it seems like
Please.
time is best served, and I'll keep my comments as quick as I can. Subject property is, as you know, 18.3 acres. It's 11.9 of uplands, and the rest, 6.4, is wetlands. 3 sides of the property are currently zoned light industrial. I'd stress currently our access is to McCall Road, but we are going to be replacing 5 curb cuts on McCall with 1 curb cut to serve the property. We are approximately 900 feet to the nearest residence on our side of McCall, and we're separated from that residential group by 6.4 acres of wetlands and by a proposed berm, which will be 10 feet high and 50 feet wide. CJ will tell you more about that. The building that we're going to build is approximately 143,000 square feet, which will be shallow bay, not a deep cross dock, and we're going to be targeting smaller users. It's not one of these mammoth 1,000,000 square foot warehouses. Lastly, and perhaps the most important thing that I can bring tonight, we are mindful that y'all would like to see a truck access for the site. I guess that's the elephant in the room. We are, in fact, in negotiations with an adjoining property owner. We cannot make them give us access, but we're doing everything we can to get access. We do have a letter of intent with that adjoining property owner, but we do not have a sales contract. And even after we get a sales contract, we have to go through due diligence, title, survey, make sure the property is in fact appropriate for acquisition. So we do have one request, which I guess is a suggestion for this board to consider. We would ask that you approve items 1, 2, 3, and 4 pursuant to the planning board recommendation, and that we continue item 5 until the next meeting. That's the site plan, the sketch plan. If we are fortunate enough to get this other property under contract, we absolutely will come back before you, and we're going to show you a truck access on this site. And if we're not able to get that, those negotiations where they need to be. We'll come back with what we already have in front of you. But we are absolutely working in good faith to make that happen. We think whether we acquire the additional property or not is really a site plan issue. It doesn't have any impact on whether this property should be rezoned or not, and it will have no impact on whether we should have variances or not. So we think that items 1, 2, 3, and 4 are appropriate for your consideration and approval tonight. In closing, we know that the approval of our site plan is a critical piece of the puzzle. And before we can apply for a building permit, we have to get your approval. So even if you do approve items 1, 2, 3, and 4, we can't go out and build. We can't turn dirt. We have to come back to you. We have to come back for site plan approval. So we're suggesting hold on to that, and we're going to come back and do the very best we can to get that truck access. At the same time, in order for us to move forward with our adjoining property owner, we're about to spend a lot of time and a lot more money than we thought we were going to. It would be comforting to know that as we go out and embark on this process, that you agree that zoning is appropriate. And so for that reason, we're asking that you do consider the approval of 1, 2, 3, and 4. We will come back with item 5. So with that, we are happy to answer any questions y'all may have. Excuse me. We would respectfully request approval of your planning board's recommendation for approval for zoning and for variances. And with that, I'll ask Mr. C.J. Chance to come forward. He's much better at answering any questions y'all may have on the site. So at this point, I'll ask Mr. Chance to come forward. C.J.?
I don't know about better, but y'all had fun a little bit earlier, so hopefully this one will be a little bit easier. I've been up here a couple of times on this project. As Mr. Yellen mentioned, it is surrounded by industrial property. The seller sees that he needs to rezone to industrial to make his property marketable. It cannot be resold as it currently sits right now. There were two major concerns at the first table, and I think if everyone recalls, this has now been tabled 3 times. So I mean, we're kind of at a head now. The two major concerns were access and berm. I think that for the past 45 days, we've been negotiating a purchase of property that will give access. One concern that we still have as a development group is we don't want to put all the cards in an adjacent property owner's hands. That is a true concern. So what we ask for is that this property go forward in zoning. You say that it's appropriate, and that zoning certainly could be conditioned upon items in the sketch plan that need to come before you guys as well, because we can't submit to staff. We can't submit to your third-party reviewer or anyone until you approve a sketch plan. And sketch plan, I think, is appropriate place for access conditions, berm conditions, all that kind of stuff to be addressed. So we ask for zoning to move forward, which will be items 1 and 2, just speaking at those together. Items 3 and 4 are minor variances. They're supported by the neighbors across the road. We also think that with the property acquisition that the site plan, the sketch plan could actually be improved even more to meet the needs of adjacent property owners around Swaggeroff Creek, on the south side of Swaggeroff Creek as well. That's why we're asking for a continuance on just the sketch plan only. But allowing us to move forward with the zoning allows us to close out the property acquisition so that we can come in with a sketch plan that we think will meet more of the needs. So I guess to piggyback on Mr. Yellen's recommendation is that we move forward with zoning with the condition that the zoning goes in effect with an approved sketch plan. At the approved sketch plan, all your conditions will be addressed. So happy to answer any questions, and Mr. Yellen will as well. Developer is here as well.
Ask a legal question first, and I'll listen to the board, and I may have some other questions. If the zoning was approved tonight, without the access as a condition, I'm not sure we could deny the access to McCall Road if they didn't come up with the access to the Gateway Parkway.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. I don't think you've ever put a condition on the map, the plat. It's always been in the zoning to have
Into
a
the zoning.
condition.
Yeah, that'd be my concern. We might come up with somebody to address that in a minute. That's one question I had. I'll see what else the board has, and I may have a couple of things I want to add.
You guys know where I was and where I am. The main thing for me is protection of the people and protection of those neighborhoods. I will state that this particular area, it's not a shoo-in as far as land use map goes. It's actually in a transitional area, so that doesn't mean it's gonna be industrial or not industrial. And I agree it does have industrial around it, but it's not surrounded by it. We've got neighborhood backing up to it right next door to it. Willing to work with you guys and try to make something work with it, but to not put stipulations on a zoning would be a very dangerous road to go down. If something happened and you sold the property subsequently, we'd be stuck with whatever we had. And we've never done that before. I think it's a dangerous road to go down. I'd be willing to work with you on the zoning and put some stipulations in place that would protect those homeowners like we've done in the past several times, which includes berms, the buffer areas, and getting the traffic off McCall. It was never intended for us to have traffic truck-wise on McCall. So our aim is to get it off McCall, and this is just a temporary solution so they could build out there for industrial-wise. So our aim is to get it off McCall, and we've got school buses, we've got trucks, we've got even Mr. Chinkin himself when he was here last time stating he couldn't get out of his driveway because of the trucks. There's just a lot of concern with this, and I know we're going to have to get this traffic off of McCall to make it work. We're trying to make this work, but we've got to do it the correct way. And I'm willing to work with you if we can.
Response?
Sure.
Let me be clear. The intent is to have alternate access for commercial vehicles. That is the full intent.
All right, we'll see if we can come up with some maybe motion that we would address it that way. We got to tie it to the zoning though.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If I could also add one element, granted, it was not in Effingham County, it was in a different jurisdiction. I've had petitions where I've received zoning approval and turned down for site plan.
And it's happened here. It could.
But based on access?
A lot of things, but
things don't
access was the
always-
key element.
Yeah,
For this
I'm
board.
concerned about that,
Yeah.
so I'm not, particularly with our attorney's advice.
You mentioned you had a letter of intent. Has that been shared with staff in good faith, just to say, okay, they are trying to show that?
I don't think it's, Mr. Floyd, I don't think it's appropriate to share that with staff. But I can tell you that we got permission from the adjacent property owner that we could say that. I have talked with other commissioners to let them know that that was in place, and staff. Just to let you know kind of how the process works. So the letter intent is issued. The letter intent has some negotiating factors in it. We expect within the next 10 days that a purchase and sale agreement will be in place. And then you typically have 30, 60 days due diligence. Once that due
How many
diligence.
days due diligence?
30 to 60. And this one's going to be pretty quick. I mean, everybody knows who the adjacent property owner is. We have wetlands, we have environmental, we have all kinds of stuff. So it's going to be a quick due diligence
May not
process.
take the full 30 days in this case.
I don't think so, no, sir. So once the due diligence process happens, then you move into the contract phase. Once you get to the contract phase, I mean, any contract can still be pulled. So it's the risk of where do we go for the next, call it 90 days. So that's why we're trying to move forward with zoning, so that during that next, call it 90 days total, which the due diligence process, the research process will only be about 30 days. Okay. Then you come back in with a sketch plan. The sketch plan outlines where your access points are. The end user does not want to use McCall Road, period. I mean, that's just not the goal.
Right.
And I know everybody understands that, but we also understand that there have to be protections in place. And that's why we thought it would be appropriate to put those stipulations on the sketch plan as well.
And another thought to Commissioner Burdette, you want to
Well,
follow
I
up on
want to
that?
make a quick comment.
Yeah, yeah.
That no access to McCall. We rezoned a piece of property at the end of Stagecoach Road with the understanding that they can't come out Stagecoach, that they have to go across another piece of property to get to Jimmy DeLoach.
We tied that to the zoning. That's what the attorney's saying to do.
Yeah, but I'm saying we did do it with a stipulation that,
Correct.
Yeah,
And
it's
I
not-
think
wouldn't be the first
that's
time
the
we've done it.
page, that's the page I'm on right now, somehow tying it to the zoning, not to the sketch plan.
you take the risk that you don't get this property. And then you've got
Well,
the
it's
zoning,
not,
but you can't
it's,
possibly.
it's not only that. I mean, if you rezone this property with stipulations on it, so if you rezone this property, then if you can't get that access, then the commission tells you you can't build this project, right? Well, now what you've done is you've taken 3 different properties owned by 2 different people, and you've drastically increased their taxes because you've changed the zoning. So if the zoning doesn't go through with the access and with the berm, then now you have property owners who feel like they can't sell their property for anything else, but now their property taxes are, what, tripled? I don't know what that number is.
I think they do that until they start, and then this is
But
my
I
conversation.
think,
Could be.
I think what Mike can offer in a motion in a minute, we'll see, might protect from that scenario,
Okay.
okay?
And you could just postpone the zoning, I mean, until you get what you need. if
We
that's-
can't
if that's-
table it.
We can't. We're out.
It'd be 6 months
But-
Yeah.
for.
Yeah.
Well, I got another question related to the berm. I talked to some landowners over there, you know, and I agree, we've had some places where established neighborhood like we have next to it, we've said, you know, 25-foot berm because it's flat. And we wanna
Right.
make sure, I know this is elevated, so you
Correct.
don't need a 25-foot berm. I'm not convinced 10 is enough, I'm not an engineer, but I talked to him about 15-foot berm, and the landowners I talked to would be pleased with that, and it seemed like that would be a 15-foot vegetated berm would be a good compromise. I can't ask you to do that, but I'd like the board to consider allowing the applicant to offer a 15, not a 10-foot berm. And I'd feel more comfortable because my constituents are more comfortable with that.
I think with this process moving forward, the site plan is gonna be much more acceptable, which is why we're asking for a continuance on number 5. I think that is a good possibility, Mr. Chairman.
I guess what I'm thinking, if, and I made some notes here, if we could approve with the condition that there is a berm of 15-foot, zoning would have a vegetated berm of 15-foot, and then that truck access would be to the gateway. We want that contracted, purchased, and concluded as a part of contingency that you've got that approved. We could add in there as a caveat that, you know, we can look at other options if you don't get that. But I'd like to make it contingent upon a 15-foot berm. That's what, if I had a vote, which I don't have a vote, I'm just the chairman, but I'm offering suggestions to my constituents here. Well, I guess I might, because I'm just offering suggestions that I think with the public trying to get a transition between established residential and recognizing the industry that's on the other side, for me, I'd recommend that you recommend a 15-foot berm, and that you would establish access, contractual access to the gateway. And those conditions, when they're satisfied, the zoning would go into place.
I would have a question on the berm real quick, an engineering question. It'd be for CJ. CJ, if you did a 10-foot berm, would it be the same with the elevation as a 25-foot berm would normally be with equal elevation?
Yeah, so.
That's the big question, because that's what we've been asking people to do when we back up.
Put the sketch
It
plan
would
up.
go
So from the property line of the previous property owner, not the house, but the property line, you'd have a
be the
25-foot
equivalent.
elevation?
Yeah, would it be the equivalent of a 25 if they were equal? Because we've been asking for 25s, and we've done 25s on multiple occasions now. You know, would the 10-foot be the same? You know, to that point, a lot of times if you got 10, you got more dirt.
I just have a concern about the light and the noise to people on that side. What's
Even if
5
it's the
feet?
same height?
So light and noise are 2 different things, all right? So the lights from like headlights of trucks moving around, even wall packs, That stuff is all gonna be screened by any kind of berm you put up, so it could be a 5-foot berm.
The building lights too.
Building height, no, okay, I'm not.
You got
okay.
lights in the building for security and that?
Yeah, typically you have wall packs about halfway up the building. They're not all the way at the top. They're usually about
But
halfway
this
up the
building's
building.
shorter because not, there would be, so it's not gonna be a 35-foot.
No, it's
building.
probably gonna be a 32-foot clear span, but on a building this size, that's kind of what you're looking for.
That's why I think the 15 with the vegetated berm would get you to about, it pretty much cover the light in the next 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, so to answer your question, Commissioner Burdette, I just counted real quick, and this is off of LiDAR, but it's about a 9-foot drop down to Swaggeroffer Creek. So we're up, and then Swaggeroffer Creek goes down. The other side comes up just a tad, but it's not near as much. There's a flat bottom on that side. So there's roughly
19.
9 feet of fall.
That gets you to 19, so 15 would get you to
Yeah,
right
you're
at
right.
25.
You're right.
Well, 9 feet gets us 26, so
9 plus
15,
10.
26.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you.
So I'm just answering your question.
Yeah.
So.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman?
Uh-huh.
The other thing to take in consideration is that if we were to put, the board were to put a condition on this approval, it couldn't go to second reading this evening, right? So, and
Lay that.
so that would give them 45 days
Close on the property.
to close on the property.
That's true.
And, if, you can put that caveat in there that says if they were not able, to do, meet these, we would be open to discussions at second reading or something to that effect.
Yeah.
Great point.
That's a great point.
So I think I would recommend to the board to put those conditions on it, and then that gives
And
them
I'll
up.
have a few different things to stipulate, so I don't know how to write it all out, but just to protect the
Yeah,
neighbors.
and I want to point out, Chelsea, can you
Yes, sir.
back up one where you showed the zoning map? It's just something in my mind that I think's warranted. This parcel, if you remember, all the orange there 20 years ago was condemned by the Development Authority. These property owners had no opportunity to come stand out here and challenge the rezoning of that property. It was virtually done through condemnation. So I'm kind of, trying to give those property owners that
Exactly.
opportunity.
The very reason why I want to try to work with them
Yeah,
on this.
that-
and
sure.
Still accomplish
Sure.
the protection of
Sure.
the neighbors.
I just want to put that out there
Yeah,
that,
I mean,
these guys were kind of put in that
I
position.
mean, normally I wouldn't want to
You
do
know,
any more industrial in
that's
this
right.
area, but in this case, I think it's warranted.
Yeah, I mean, these guys didn't have a chance
Exactly. They didn't have a chance at all.
to
I think it's
oppose
good
or
that the
anything.
surrounding
Totally
property
agree
owners are
with
willing to work to provide a compromise so that it's a win for both the homeowners who back up to them and the people who own the property.
Mr. Chairman, I feel like I should do my best impression of you now because I'm on your side. We agree with you. I heard you say that several times in the last petition. You're on their side and we're on your side too. We very much want to have this access. I just want to make sure that if we don't get it, and it's 50-50, I mean, I hope we do, but what if we don't? Are we still protected? We don't want to have a situation where this property that's zoned, that can only have, it's only zoned if it has an access to Gateway and it doesn't happen, then what do you have? That was the only reason we were suggesting if you approve it, but subject to the site plan, we felt like it's not approved. And we'd even go one step further. There would be no building permit of any kind, no
I
land disturbing.
understand, but our attorney's not advising us that way.
Okay.
And I'm concerned about that as well. I think this is a better way to ensure that we drive the truck traffic to the gateway and
And
gives
got
you
the
time to
45
close on that and meet that obligation, and then it's a win-win for everybody. We can't do the second reading with any condition. If we just put one condition tonight, we cannot do the second reading until our meeting January 16th.
Right, and even if you did it with no conditions and one member voted for denial, it has to be unanimous. So
Second
more
reading's
than
on-
likely, this is probably going to the second meeting in January regardless.
So I guess my takeaway is, whatever we do to get that access is going to be time-consuming, and it will be expensive. This is not going to be a free purchase. It's not going to be a gift. And that's sort of why, at least what I hope I'm hearing today is if you can get that, you will be approved. but we're not going to approve you until you get that.
Yeah, if a motion is made with those 2 or 3 conditions, then I don't see anyone changing their mind on those conditions. I mean,
Okay.
it's just a second reading.
Just want to hear it out loud. Okay, thank you.
I got 3
The 3 conditions, whatever they were. All right,
And just so we're clear, the access from this property to 21 will not be a truck route
Correct.
upon opening.
Correct.
Regardless, it's not gonna
Yeah,
use
because
that.
It was
we're
never
we're intending
to be.
to
Wanted to
drive all the
clarify that.
traffic
Right.
from, that's why we're doing this. All the traffic from the Research Forest Track or the road property, we want to call it, Omnitracks, we've told them get the gateway done, because when the parkway's open, you're not going to 21 anymore.
Yeah, so I think to what Commissioner Kiefer is saying there is that once Gateway and once Effingham Parkway is open, you can't go from this site to 21 along McCall Road, because I think your ordinance says you have to go to the quickest truck route,
Yeah.
the closest truck route, so you have to go to Gateway Parkway.
I just wanted to clarify,
The Parkway.
just make sure we were all
All right, I
understanding.
think we got a possible resolve. Did you say you were prepared to make a motion?
I did want to ask the board their opinions on, should we add no use of blast furnaces, drop forges, animal slaughtering? I didn't know if that was part of it. Is this heavy industrial or light? So it's light. I
Well,
don't think that includes it.
Yeah, we're not doing a butcher shop.
Okay. So, again, just erring on the
I
side.
mean, you can put, no smokestack. I mean, this is gonna be light industrial.
Okay,
Yeah.
so light, so I won't bother with that. So just the 3 stipulations. or
All right,
two-
what's the first stipulation we're making?
First stipulation.
And this is, I'll make sure you understand that you're offering this to us, because we cannot put other stipulations on zoning.
Right, but please don't do this in a form, because I want to hear the 3 stipulation, in the form of a motion. I want to hear the 3. I think I know what they are.
I do have one more question.
Okay,
If we do a 15-foot berm,
yes, sir.
how much buffer will there still be?
Oh, man,
to the
we far exceed what your ordinance requires.
That's way beyond the
I mean, it's-
150.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, what the commission is asking is, give me 600 feet plus a berm. That's what you're asking me to do right now,
You don't
and
have
that's
any,
tough.
you don't have any uplands to build that on?
No, I mean, the wetlands come all the way up to the usable property,
Been
so,
delineated already?
yeah,
They're
they
done.
have, yeah. So we have,
I only fear that, hey, you delineate some of it out and, hey, we can move it closer.
I mean, my honest opinion is we
300
far
over here?
exceed the buffer requirements in the ordinance, and I don't think a buffer should be required. Now, I do understand why you want one,
Because of the houses.
but then you have so many industrial properties around that only have a 300-foot vegetated buffer, that
6.5 acres of wetlands?
6.5 on, is the sketch plan still up?
CJ, 6.4
Okay,
acres.
6, so you see the green right there? That's wetlands, okay? So the property that's being discussed right now is right in here. This wetland kind of continues. I mean, that line right there itself is 400 feet. You see the black dash line? That's 300 feet off the property lines. So you see how wide, this is wider than what your ordinance requires.
That's good.
So,
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, honestly, I have a problem with the berm because we're already more than 300 feet.
And I understand that, but here's what we've learned by the last one that came forth with all the noise studies and everything. And I get these calls. I'm sure everybody else
Yeah.
gets some of these calls. Space really doesn't create anything as far as stopping noise. Only a berm will, and that's been proven. We've got studies from the thing we went through. It never went through because of the delineation debacle with the
Right.
wetlands. But, we know for a fact that that's not gonna block any noise, and that's why we asked for some earth there instead of just open space or trees I get complaints from the building, a mile away, half a mile away,
Yeah.
that goes way beyond 600 feet even.
I get it. Here's the catch to that. So this is the property line right here. So you can have 600 feet and a berm here, and then right here you shift to 300 feet because that's what that's currently zoned as. So
Right, and
if
I'm
it
not saying
stays,
you have to to protect those areas that don't need protecting. We're
Right.
talking about the main parcels right behind there. If you
Right.
can engineer something that just gives them some protection, I'm fine with it.
okay,
I'm not saying you gotta go all the way to that corner, something reasonable. I don't think anybody would have a problem with
I
that.
don't even remember what your question was now.
It was about how much actual space is there, so we didn't do a 15-foot berm, and then somebody else come along and say, well, you did that. They actually were able to do it at 100 feet,
Yeah,
and now they
gotcha.
got 15. Now
They're
you
not,
make me do
they're not
25.
reducing the buffer.
Right.
We do
Yeah,
I know
I
that.
mean-
We
That's
do
why-
have allowances, you know, when
But the
you're-
point was, naturally, they've got the buffer.
We do.
Some of it.
They don't have to create, well, I mean, all of it,
All,
plus.
all of it, yes. We have all of it plus.
Within
Natural
wetlands.
berm.
And that,
Yeah.
that was my point. is-
We gotta move.
If we're covered there.
List the three things for me if you
Okay.
would, because he needs to hear that before he offers that as a solution, and then we'll take a motion on it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'm sorry. I did want to answer Commissioner Burdett's question. If there is something listed within the industrial zoning, under light industrial or heavy, that you do not want this to be, you are going to want to possibly eliminate that if that is your wish, so that it is not part of the rezoning.
We can do that at second reading with consult with staff and commissioners.
Yeah, let's make this a little simpler.
Letting
tonight
you
if
know
we
that
could.
that is,
Cover the
you
main
do have
issues.
that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
All right, list the three
Of
things.
course, first things, let's do the 15-foot berm.
Okay?
And in an we would just say in an acceptable manner to protect the parcels behind development. Secondly, any truck traffic will be directed toward Gateway Boulevard, and that will be let out on McCall Road. Here's a question for you. Can we stipulate that dock doors are on the rear side of the building, there's none on the front side of the building? That way, we don't have rogue truck drivers coming down McCall and want to get in on the front. I mean, if you're going to have all your truck traffic to the rear of the building, you would not need dock doors on the front of the building. And I'm just trying to think out loud.
I guess the only question I would have there is when we come in with sketch plan, and if this building were to hypothetically change 90 degrees, would that change anything? I
Just
still
as
see
long-
it being a rear load.
Yeah, just as
for
long
the
as we
record.
could just keep the truck traffic. 'Cause
Okay,
you know, I'm in trucking. I know how truck drivers, they will do whatever they can. If that drive is connected to the back, they'll be on McCall. You know, and that's going to.
and
You're
then
saying truck traffic access by the gateway.
Gateway Parkway.
Only, Gateway Parkway only.
And that's, and was there a third one that we needed to know?
What was the third one? I didn't know a third one.
That was two of the
Is there a
big
third one
things.
you're recommending?
Yeah, sketch plan approval. I mean, because we're continuing the sketch plan, I think you
But the
have
sketch
to,
plan won't be approved
I
tonight.
mean, we can't do the sketch plan tonight
We'll let
based
that
on
table
this.
that one.
That's the two
Yeah.
main things that are going to protect
Okay.
these people. So
Okay.
I'm
So
fine with
those
just those
two.
two
Okay.
stipulations unless anybody
Alright.
else wants to add something.
What?
I'm gonna ask for a motion, and then we can perfect that motion if you're not good, to approve the rezoning. We already had the public hearing, we've heard the constituents, we've got some good compromise. A motion to approve the rezoning as requested with stipulation that, there'll be a 15-foot berm, that protects the property owners that back up to that, so that'll give us some leeway in sketch plan to look at that. And secondly, that truck traffic would only be accessed to this, commercial property from the gateway.
And my only question would be, we still have to go to a second reading, which will be at your next
Correct.
scheduled
Correct.
meeting. And we have an opportunity to sit down with staff and discuss these conditions.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, it's, if you don't accomplish that, we
Okay.
can look at it at that time as alternatives, but
Okay.
that's the requirements I see now.
All
Okay?
right, thank you.
All right, you're okay, you're offering that, you're good with those things, offering those?
Yes, sir. What was the date of the next meeting?
January 16th, I believe. Okay? So the applicants are making that request that they add those two things to the zoning, all right? All right.
Yes,
They're
we agree.
acknowledging that. Do you have a motion?
I make a motion to approve with staff and planning board recommendations and the current stipulations
It's just stated.
as
Okay.
just stated.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd, to approve the first reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, we have the first reading approved, okay? And so you got to January 16th to solve those conditions. Item number 3, which is a variance. I think we can go ahead and address this variance and approve it upon one condition, and that's the condition of item number 1 being completed, okay? Do we need
Yeah,
any further
which
discussion?
thereby puts it off second reading until the next meeting as well.
Exactly, and so it could be denied at the second reading if it doesn't get the
That's
second
the
reading
time.
approved. So it's the same thing. Once you get that done, then that condition satisfies this one. So I'm gonna ask for a motion to approve the first reading. Well, let me read number 3 first. The planning board recommended approving the application by MRD Partner LLC as agent for Ronald V. Roberts and Barry Checkin, requesting variance from section 3.4 to reduce the required development buffers from industrial to residential located on McCall Road. Proposed I-1, map number 450D, parcel number 4A, 4B, and 5 in the second district, postponed from November 7th. Now, we have covered what that variance is, and I think we're okay with it as long as we get the other things. We've had a public hearing. If there's no further discussion that's needed from this board or questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the first reading contingent upon the conditions as stated in the item number 1 of the
Could I
unfinished
not
business.
just state that conditioned upon approval of the previous item?
That's what I just said.
Okay.
Item number 1.
I make-
Have any public comment on this?
We've already had a public hearing, but I'll give you a minute if you want to make a public.
We can't talk for it or against it?
We had that, but I'll let you, if you want to make a comment, you
You
can do.
have that.
You
Back
spoke at
in-
that.
This variance thing's just come up, ain't it?
No, sir. No, sir. It's been, we've already had a public hearing, and then they tabled it to address some concerns that the constituents raised that night. Constituents showed up, they raised concerns. We raised concerns, we've talked with property owners. So the public hearing has already been done. But if you'd like to make a comment, I'll give you a minute to do it.
Well, I'd just like to see, you've already, if you're gonna approve this thing, there ain't no doubt about it, you're gonna let them build that warehouse. But he's asking now to get more land, he's gonna cut down more trees, and that's gonna cut out the barrier from the residents living in that area. I already have to put up with noise. You've been over there one time before, and you had to leave and you didn't get to hear it. But I've already been over there one time and talked to that manager of the warehouse, tried to get him to put some baffles or something up on top of the roof to quieten that daggum vacuum pump down, and he ain't done a darn thing, and he ain't gonna do nothing.
Yeah, that's the warehousing across the street.
That's right.
And that's what we're doing.
And what's gonna happen here, you need to make him build a 30-foot berm.
Well, it's gonna
I
be
mean,
25.
the noise, fellas, the noise from that place is gonna get worse and worse. And here you are, you're already been in the rules to give him a variance, less variance than what y'all
Not
required.
against the landowners over there, we're not.
Mr. Jimmy, that's why we're doing the berms, because we
Protect the
hear
noise.
you. We understand the noise is coming through the
And the
trees.
variance is on the opposite side, right?
It is, and the variance is not even gonna affect you guys. It's on the opposite side toward the road. So it, you know.
And I think the property owners that are backing up to this appreciate what we're getting to do. And I know you live about a mile or so away from this.
That's right, and I still hear the noise. It's like you said a while ago, that noise travels. And these people that are building, coming in here, like a man said in the other meeting, destroying our lifestyle. I mean, when I moved up here 10 years ago, it was nice and peaceful and quiet. I wish the hell I'd have went further up the road.
I understand. Well, we're trying to, we've asked them if they'd be willing to. They're willing to put in a berm, and that's what we're gonna try to do. Okay? Thank you. All right, so.
I'd like to, but I ain't.
So we have a motion to approve the first reading contingent upon the
Okay.
two items, the condition items in item 1.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd. All in favor of the first reading, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Hearing no nos, the first reading is approved. Second reading will be done.
Chairman, before you move on, so you're approving it contingent upon the two items added from the previous item.
Correct.
Are there any other stipulations that were proposed by staff or planning board?
For the variance?
No.
The variance?
I wouldn't think so for zoning,
No?
I could.
Okay, just checking, because sometimes there are.
Good check, good call. Thank you so much. All right, so we have item 1 and 3, and 2 and 4 will be second reading. 5, we're gonna ask for a motion to table that.
I don't think that should be a table, Mr. Corbett. I don't know, Mr. Newberry may want to weigh in on this, but you can't have a sketch plan review
Without
or
the
hearing
zoning.
without the zoning, I think. So I don't think that should be a table.
Should be like a
Maybe it's a
postponement.
continuance or a push-off or a delay
That's
until.
what a table was. What's the legal word we want to use?
I don't think it matters.
Okay.
As
To
it
be
is.
honest
Okay.
with you, given the
Just postpone it
discussion.
until we hear the other two.
But if you want to take it off at his request, and then put it back on,
Date certain, so we'll do a date certain. 16th?
16th.
Do it the same day.
Yeah. So, once again, a motion to postpone or table.
I make a
Whatever.
motion to postpone the sketch plan associated with this conversation.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette to postpone item number 5, approval of the sketch plan, till, second by Mr. Kiefer, to January 16th, 2023. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it is postponed. Okay, so that,
Mr. Chairman, for the next item, would it be appropriate, we got a lot of people from the library here, to go ahead and, could we, so they could be heard? And if we're gonna,
yeah, we can do that. We can shift that to help with the library. But real quickly, I may have given the constituent with item number 9 some bad information. I want to make sure I did it right. He just said they had three tables on this one.
They shouldn't have, but they did, and you have to consider his as well.
Okay. I missed that first meeting. I might not have caught that. They already had one. So there's just one table from the
From
the applicant and one from the board.
Yes, sir.
All right. I think I'm gonna go ahead and address this because he may have something that helps us with this. So let's go into item number 9. Let me read it right quick.
Which item is this?
Number 9, then we'll come back to the planning
Yeah,
board.
I'm John Hart. I represent the folks doing number 9.
Let me read it first right
And
quick.
I'm hard of hearing, so I didn't hear what the young lady said.
That it should only have been 2. Apparently, I missed one of our meetings.
Okay.
And I didn't realize, and so I might have accepted a third
That is
table, and that's
correct.
my error. So we
Well-
have 2, we've had 2 on this one, so this would be the last table that we had.
Okay.
So
I can table it cannot.
cannot table it. You're
Okay.
saying we only have 2 tables.
Correct, okay.
I mean,
We're with you. I just didn't know.
are you asking for a table?
I'm just
Okay.
Are you
trying to
gonna,
understand where we were procedurally.
so do you want it to be resolved tonight then?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and jump down to the library real quick, because it's a
Sure.
quick one. They're here, and I don't wanna hold them any longer. They've been here.
What position, what numbers?
Item number
14.
Item number 14. Consideration to approve the intergovernmental agreement between the counties of Chatham, Liberty, and Effingham with the Live Oak Library, postponed from 11/21/23. And Tim, I don't know if you want to introduce what
Sure.
you're asking us to approve right there. Briefly. I think we all understand, so just briefly.
Yeah, so this is an amendment to the existing IGA that we have between the 3-member counties and the Live Oak Library, outlining responsibilities. These are some minor text changes. One of them is pretty simple. It just changes the title of the library director to library executive director. The second is regards to Chatham County's duties. They are all the employees of the library fall under the employment of Chatham County, and it just changes some responsibilities there with regards to retention of retirement health care benefits, and also make the retention of title of vehicles that Chatham County provides them. And then the last section is, right now there is also there's a library board and there's an advisory library board. The advisory library board is made up of the 3 county managers, the chair and vice chair of the regional board, and the executive director. It's just stating that the county managers can appoint a designee to attend those meetings. And so it's just kind of 3 simple changes to the agreement. Staff is recommending alternative 1, which is approval.
Okay. Is there any question or discussion, a motion for alternative 1?
Could I make Just a quick comment.
Sure.
I just want to say thank you for being open. I want to vote for this tonight because, like I said, I want to see this continue and us have a library. I'm looking forward to working with some of you. I hope that offer's still open. I'd love to find out more and learn more, and I appreciate what I've learned so far. And hopefully we'll work together and make it better than ever. So thank you. With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Kiefer to approve the alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you guys for your continued support and help. All right, now we'll go back to number 9. Planning Board recommends denying an application by Lex Bazemore as agent for Wanda R. Williams to rezone 17.67 acres located on Race Path Road from AR1 to R4 with the conditional use to allow for the RV park, map number 412, parcel number 5A in the 4th District. We've already had our public hearing, so we'll just pick up where we left off as far as the applicant. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm John Hart. I represent the applicant on this West Bay Bore. I got back there and got to thinking, if we've had, the predecessor to us had 3 continuances or 3 set-offs there. We just want the full consideration of the board, and we have a member missing tonight. And that's the only reason we would ask for a continuance, is to get full consideration of the board. But that's within the discretion of this board. I don't know.
Well, and if that's something we can legally do, I'll confer to the attorney. I don't mind.
District, I think. 4th District is Reggie's district.
Yeah, I think it's legitimate and good grounds
Okay.
to request. It's something that's very rare. I can't remember a time we've done it not having a full board. So I think these instances are rare. And I think it's the applicant's right to request that he have a full board to hear his application.
Okay. I'm gonna entertain a motion in just a minute. We got someone raising their hand. If you want to make a comment regarding that request. Okay. Let him make that request. I'll make sure we get everybody involved. Since we're bending the rule a little bit tonight, we'll see.
James Gerbasi, I live right where this is going on here. My point of order is I looked at all the rules for your guys' meetings and the rules of procedure. And it states that an applicant can request a hearing to be postponed at the request of the applicant one time and no more than one time. Such request must be in writing or in person, received at least 24 hours prior to the public meeting. A reasonable effort should be made by the applicant to notify neighboring property owners in this situation. So on 10-3, the motion for Commissioner Loper made a motion to approve it. It fell with no one seconded it. The applicant came up, requested that the item be tabled, and then you guys voted to approve to table it, and then on 10-17, the applicant emailed and requested for the item to be tabled again. There was no notification given from him or the board, and then for line 2, it says, for applicant absence, a zoning public hearing item may be postponed by a majority vote of the board for no more than one time due to the absence of the applicant. If an applicant is absent from a public meeting and has previously requested the item be tabled, or has previously been absent from a public meeting on their item, then the item shall be heard and action taken. Action taken should have happened last meeting, and you guys let that one slip through the cracks. So on procedure alone, it should be kicked out, and they should be made to reapply. But I hope you guys acknowledge that.
I appreciate your input. Lee, since he's asking a legal question, you want to weigh in, tell us if we're in line to?
Yeah, I think it's within your discretion to do it. It's all about notice, right? And if he's saying that there were prior times when he didn't have notice, now we have a date set. It's going to be in January 16th.
And there's no issue with having another continuance?
I don't see an issue with that, given the request because of not having a full board. I think an applicant is entitled to have a full board without some other circumstances or reason.
Is that because it's not, it's not,
It's because
on
it's,
their- it's not on their fault that
Yeah.
it's
he's
because that
requesting it.
member of the board is related to the applicant. That's why. That's why they want him to be present.
You know, I don't know that that's a factual statement there.
That is a very factual statement. We have, they're related.
Do
Okay.
you- is
Well, I
there-
mean, if that's the allegation being made, I'll just ask them to submit information to show that the degree, I'm sorry, I can't hear. To show the degree of, relation with the commissioner.
Okay, fair enough. I think if you could present that, that shows the degree that, because he knows the law about at what level you have to recuse yourself, and then he can advise accordingly. So if you could provide that, that'd be very helpful.
Okay.
And we'll take a look at that. So even if we come back, if he's requesting this for a full board, we may not have a full board. If our attorney tells us, yes, this commissioner should recuse himself based on the information he's received.
Well, I mean, your own rules right here lays it out in black and white. There's no room for interpretation here. It lays it out in black and white.
Mr.
This
Bishop,
should have been
I
tabled.
appreciate what you're saying, I understand
this
it,
should have been-
but I gotta listen to my attorney, because he's the one that gets paid the bucks to advise
He's giving
us.
you bad advice. This was given, should have been handled last meeting. It shouldn't be, we can't just keep kicking the can down the road.
Have the legal
So,
ability to make that decision, they just give it back.
There's not one person here that's for this, just so you know.
Okay. All right. So,
I didn't mean to stir up a hornet's nest. I just asked a question. We don't want to be, double procedure or try to do anything tricky. We've been very open about what we are asking to have done. We would like to have full consideration of the board.
well, and I do consider that if it's unfair to constituents that show up 2 or 3 times, it takes out of their schedule too, so I'm partial to that, to not continue this because I think they've made the effort to be here, so, but it's the board's, they've got the legal counsel they need, so I think we need to move forward with either a motion to table it. If we don't have it, we'll go ahead and hear it tonight. So do we have a motion to table item number 9 for one more continuance till January 16th?
I'll make a motion, based off this scenario. I don't remember us going through this before, but this is different. So, I'll make a motion that we table this item, for when we have full board consideration. And no matter what, it will be heard on January 16th.
I'll second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Floyd, to table to January 16, 2023, so that we can have the full board, but in no case will we table this again, whether we have a full board or not, okay?
Thank you.
All right. All in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it is tabled to January 16th. I apologize to those that have
I
shown up.
apologize for the
But I've got to
trouble.
follow the direction of our attorney and the pleasure of this board, and so we'll table it for one last time. So we can't have the second reading. We're going to move to item number 11. Item number 11 is consideration to approve a second reading of an ordinance for Part 2, Official Code Appendix B, subdivision of Effingham County Code of Ordinance.
Did we skip 8, or we're not doing 8?
Did I miss 8? I'm sorry, got so many back and forths.
That could have been one that we were
Yeah,
skipping.
eight was tabled.
Okay,
It
8
was
was
tabled,
tabled
so
too.
it was
Okay.
removed.
All right,
It
I had
was
6 and
removed.
7
It
on,
was
but,
removed from the agenda.
okay,
Yeah.
all right.
So number 11, I just read it. Staff want to take us up on that one? Do we even need any discussion? Do you have a motion for a second reading?
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 12, consideration to approve a second reading of an ordinance to amend Part 2, Official Code, Appendix C, Article 5, Table of Permitted Uses of Effingham County Code of Ordinances.
Mr. Chairman, shouldn't we be in planning board items?
We should.
Well, we're fixing to get there.
Okay, all right. I'm just making sure we're on task here.
Yeah, I'm
I was
just,
thinking the same thing, but I don't know.
yeah,
I'm not-
this is 1 minute. Let's clean up. I've got my
Want to be the
agenda going all
chairman
over
or
the place.
anything.
Yeah. All right. Do I have a motion to approve the second reading, number 12?
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette to approve second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously.
That's it.
And that's it. So
We go to
that 1 minute
planning
didn't
board.
take too long to add to that. So we are gonna move to our planning board items. You flip over in your agenda. You got your long agenda. These are items number, Roman numeral number 16, if you learned that in school. When you got Roman numeral 16, you know you got problems, don't you, as far as the long agenda. First planning board item for public hearings, the planning board recommends approving an application by Frank McDonough for a conditional use for a rural business located at 2646 Little McCall Road, map number 391, parcel number 21 in the 4th District.
Yes, sir. So the applicant proposes a business. Their proposed business is Contracted Metal Works. This is a one-person operation currently for a small machine shop. The applicant will need the accessory structure for the business operations, which is only allowed within the rural business category. Staff is working to revise the business license categories within the zoning ordinance as part of the ordinance rewrite. This property is also surrounded by AR1 properties to the northwest, west and south, and R1 to the east. So the applicant will have to provide proof of residence for the property as well, and staff and planning board recommend alternative number 1.
And the applicant understood that they were restricted to 1,000 square feet?
Yes, sir.
This is on Little McCall Road.
Yeah.
Is this?
Pretty straightforward.
Okay. All right, we'll open a public hearing. Anyone tonight speaking in favor of this, this is a variance, right? No, yeah, variance, conditional use. Anyone
Conditional
tonight
use.
speaking in favor of this conditional use, would like to come forward and speak?
Thank you all for being here. I am Frank McDonough, and I'm asking this usage for our business. And the yellow spot on the right-hand side of your screen is where the shop is. It's already been built. And on the left side, the yellow part is where our home is now. We just moved in there in January.
Where's this on Little McCall Road? I just can't place it because I live on
It's
Little McCall Road.
Little McCall Road between Courthouse and McCall, where the straightaway
Courthouse
is,
and McCall, okay.
where people tend to do 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, I go by there every day. I live on Little McCall Road.
Okay.
That helps, I appreciate it. Anyone tonight speaking, I'm going to get the opposition, anyone speaking in opposition to this conditional use? Seeing no one speaking in opposition, we'll close the public hearing. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
If there's no, is there discussion or a motion?
Make a motion to approve with planning board and staff recommendations.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Floyd, to approve with planning board and staff recommendations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously. So we can have the second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Frank McDonough for a conditional use for a rural business located at 2646 Little McCall Road, map number 391, parcel number 21 in the 4th District. Motion?
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Floyd to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously. You got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 3, Planning Board recommends approving an application by Edith Zamorano? Zamorano? Is that close? All right. Matios as agent for I should have practiced these names. Zamorano Matios request a variance from ordinance section 5.1.4 to allow for the reduction in required building setbacks, zoned AR1, located at 132 4th Street, map number 296A, parcel number 45 in the 1st District.
Yes, sir. So this parcel is a non-conforming AR1 parcel. The new mobile home that is going to be placed on this parcel would not be able to achieve the building setbacks for AR1. This lot is approximately 81 feet by 117 feet, so a total of 0.17 acres. Due to the lot size, the mobile home will only be able to achieve 40 feet from the front property line. It does need to be 50 feet for the AR1 zoning, so the variance here is for that 40-foot front setback. Staff and Planning Board recommend alternative number 1.
All right, we'll open a public hearing to hear anyone speaking in favor or against this variance tonight. Anyone speaking in opposition to the variance? Is the applicant here? Just wondering. I don't see them here. All right, seeing no one coming forward to speak for or against, we'll close the public hearing, entertain a discussion or a motion.
This is over in Pioneer. These like there's some of those lots in Meldrum. They're non-small lots. So, but with that, I'll make a motion that we approve with staff and planning board recommendations.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second Ms. Burdette to approve with staff and planning board recommendations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. We have the second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Edith Zamorano Matios as agent for No Zamorano Matitos. Request for a variance from ordinance section 5.1.4 to allow for the reduction in required building setbacks on AR1 located at 132 4th Street, map number 296A, parcel number 45 in the 1st District. Motion?
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second Mr. Burdette to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 5, under public hearings, the planning board recommends approving an application by Denny Chapman's request a variance from ordinance section 5.1.4 to allow for a reduction in required building setbacks AR1 located at 641 Half Moon Road, map number 459E, parcel number 4 in the 4th District.
So similar to our previous one, this parcel again would not be able to the home would not be able to meet the setbacks due to lot size. This property is approximately 62 feet total in width. So the applicant is asking for setbacks 17 on this side right here, 17 feet here, and 14 feet on this side. In AR1 zoning, it needs to be 25 feet, so that would be 8 feet on the one side and 11 feet on the other. Staff and planning board recommend alternative number 1.
Without a variance, you can't put anything on there, can you? Okay. I'll open a public hearing. Anyone speaking for or against this variance request? Are you speaking for it?
Yes, sir. I'm Denny Chapman, the property owner, and it's pretty much just a nice little lot on Ebenezer Creek, and
Sure.
Can't do nothing with it, so I'm looking to build.
And if no one's speaking against it, that's in your favor. Anyone tonight speaking in opposition? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You might want to make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve with staff and planning board recommendations.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Kiefer to approve with staff and planning board recommendations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. So we'll have the second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Denny Chapman, request a variance from ordinance section 5.1.4 to allow for a reduction in required building setbacks zone AR1 located at 641 Half Moon Road, map number 459E, parcel number 4 in the 4th District. Motion to approve second reading.
Make a motion to approve second reading.
Second.
Motion Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Kiefer to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. So it's granted. Thank you. Sorry for the delay tonight. We had a big agenda. Item number 7, the planning board recommends approving an application by Doug Mean Signs Incorporated as agent for Faith Bible Baptist, request a variance from ordinance section 3.38.10 to allow for the placement of a monument sign zone AR2 located at 6781 Georgia Highway 17 South, map number 354, parcel number 41, the first district.
So the applicant is requesting to waive the minimum size allowed for a sign in the AR2 zoning district. Right now, what is allowed is 16 square feet. This parcel does have a 30-foot GDOT setback requirement from Highway 17. So because of that setback requirement, the applicant would like for the sign to be larger and visible from Highway 17. So the proposed sign is 10 feet in height and 8 feet in width. Staff and planning board recommend alternative number 1.
All right, we'll open a public hearing on this variance. Anyone tonight speaking in favor or against this variance request?
Sir, I'm a member and a trustee of the church, speaking for. Not sure what I need to say, but I'm here if you have any questions. We're just trying to put a sign out so people know we're a church, for one, because it's a house.
Right.
That's been turned into a church, and just to get the word out there for people to see.
Okay. Is anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this variance request? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and see if the board has any questions, discussion, or motion.
I make a motion we approve with planning board and staff recommendations.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Excuse me, Floyd, second by Mr. Burdette to approve with staff and planning board recommendations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously. So we can do the second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Doug Bean Signs Incorporated as agent for Faith Bible Baptist requesting a variance from ordinance section 3.38.10 to allow for the placement of a monument sign, zone AR2, located at 6781 Georgia 17 South, map number 354, parcel number 41, the first district. Motion?
Make a motion we approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second Mr. Burdette to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously. So,
Thank you, gentlemen.
thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Number 9, the planning board recommends approving an application by Allen and Kerry Newkirk to rezone 9.07 acres located at 399 Hodgeville Road from R1 to B3 to allow for an outdoor screen storage, map number 415, parcel number 20 in the second district.
Yes, sir. So the applicant is proposing screen storage, which is a permitted use within the B3 Highway Commercial District. This development does have approximately 136 feet of road frontage on Hodgeville Road. The applicant has suggested to develop this in 3 phases, as you can see on the screen. At the planning board meeting, Mr. Ryan Thompson did make a motion for approval. However, he did add the 2 conditions that a 40-foot vegetative buffer along parcel 415-17 be maintained, which is this parcel right here that, if you can see on your screen. And that the B3 rezoning shall be limited to only that screened outdoor storage. Staff and planning board recommend alternative number 1.
Very good. Thank you. We'll open a public hearing and see if anyone is speaking for or against this rezoning request.
Yes, sir. I'm Alan Newkirk. The idea is just to do a grass/rock outdoor storage, similar to what I think Mr. Kennedy came through recently to do. So there won't be any paving, except for the entrance, which will be according to whatever the county requirements are. There'll be a new pipe put in and whatever concrete paving at the entrance. I realize there will have to be some rock here and there put down to stabilize things where required, but we're not planning on rocking and paving. And the reason, initially I was just gonna try to do a little bit up front, but the property's so narrow, the staff suggested we just do the whole thing so we have turnaround area and things like that.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else tonight that'd like to speak in favor or opposition? Do you have anyone speaking in opposition to this rezoning request?
I do have a question for Mr. Newkirk.
Well, okay.
Is it okay?
I was just gonna close the public hearing, then we can have our discussion.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna close the public hearing so no one's speaking in opposition, but yeah, he may have a question for you. Go ahead.
Yeah, what do you mean by screen storage? Is that just
That's not my
cover-
definition.
No, I just-
That's the staff definition. But the plan is that I submitted, there'll be 30 feet of planted vegetation. Existing is about a 6-foot earth berm between myself and the south,
Property in front of it.
adjacent to it, and it also runs a little bit to the rear of his property. That's Mr. Jeffers' property. And that, the rear of his property he requested that we put in a 40-foot vegetative buffer as well, which
You
we,
discussed this with the property owner, and that's why they're not here tonight.
yes, sir, and all this was kind of a handshake at the last meeting. I live on the adjacent lot, I guess that would be north or west, and then he's the property owner to the,
What kind of stuff do you store?
it would just be boats and RVs.
Oh, both, okay.
to-
That's
to-
kind of
to-
what I was
And I'm
getting
not
at.
sure.
I saw the screen thing. I'm like, is it screened or screened in or what?
No,
Okay.
the screen, I guess, is just the vegetative and the,
That makes sense.
earth berm.
It threw me off a little bit.
All right.
This says first district, but this is actually in second
This
district.
is second district. Mine says second.
Oh, really?
Mine says second.
Or am I in the wrong, just Newkirk?
Yeah, mine says second district.
Okay.
All right, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I would like to make a comment on the planning board. I really appreciate what they did on this. Not only recommending it, but they're limiting it, and I like what they're doing, to what he's asking to do. So it doesn't get rezoned or anything like that and come along and something else is there that we didn't realize. So I thought that was interesting that he put those stipulations in there, but unless somebody has any comment, I'll make a motion. Make a motion to approve the staff and planning board recommendations.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second Mr. Floyd to approve with staff and planning board recommendations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nays, it passes unanimously, so we can do the second reading. Consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Allen and Carey Newkirk to rezone 9.07 acres located at 399 Hodgeville Road from R1 to B3 to allow for outdoor screen storage, map number 415, parcel number 20 in the second district. Motion.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second, Mr. Floyd, to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no noes, it passes unanimously.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you. Item number 11, the planning board recommends denying an application by Veronica Navarro as agent for Maria Marino Salgado and Jose Martinez Oliveira to rezone 5 acres located at 295 Long Pond Road from R1 to AR1 to allow for horses on the property, map number 462, parcel number 30 in the 5th district.
Yes, sir. So the applicant would like to rezone from R1 to AR1 to be able to have horses on their property for personal use. Since the planning board meeting, this has become an active code enforcement case due to development services being notified that there were 50-plus chickens located on the property. And planning board did recommend denying the rezoning. Staff recommends alternative number 1.
And alternative 1, you're recommending approval, but the planning board recommend denying.
Yes, sir. So we recommended approval based on the ordinance. At the time, we did not know about the 50-plus chickens that were on until development services was notified of that. Based
That's
on
a different issue. That's
Yes,
a
sir.
compliance issue. So, okay.
Yes,
all right.
sir.
You've
So
got that handled.
based on ordinance, we had no reason to recommend denial.
I got you. And so they brought that into compliance just for information?
So they are currly working on that.
Okay.
Getting there.
All right. All right,
Planning
we'll
board
open a public
denied
hearing.
based on-
Uh-huh.
Wonder what did planning board deny? What was their issue?
So planning board, they denied, I think their denial was based on the compliance with, because code enforcement had not been out to the property yet. based on that compliance and concerns that there were, the chickens that were out there. And our chicken ordinance had not had its second reading, at that time, so,
So you think their denial was based on the fact there was non-compliance on the fowl ordinance?
yes, sir.
And they didn't want to add to the condition of additional animals on something that was already in non-compliance?
That, and
Am I
there
reading
was.
that right?
Yes, sir, and there was also concern that, this did not need to be AR1. The surrounding properties are R1, and so it fit perfectly with how it is.
Yeah, I don't know if that required, causing restrictions on people around them. I wouldn't mind knowing that, if you change it to AR1. But anyway, open a public hearing, you can be thinking about that question and answer for me in a minute, okay? If changing it was going to hurt the people around them. Speak in favor or against?
Well, I'm the agent, Veronica Navarro.
Okay, want to speak for it? Go ahead.
And if I may, I believe that one of the reasons that it was also denied is Ms. Moreno was not able to attend the first hearing, and so a lot of the voices that were opposing to this change and the information that was being shared that night could not be cleared by the owners because they were not able to make it that night. They are here today, so hopefully if you have any questions that they'd be given the opportunity to answer any you may have. Now, rezoning to AR1 is not a change that is being requested, reinventing the wheel. There are many properties surrounding that area that are currently zoned AR1. 11 of them that I was able to identify that are within close proximity of that property. The chickens, I believe, like someone in your office went out and inspected, the home. And my understanding is they were very pleased with what they saw, the way in which these chickens are being kept. The property, there were accusations of it being dirty, filthy. I believe that those accusations were proven when, surprisingly, someone showed up and actually saw and inspected the property. Again, they're here to answer any questions, and if you don't mind, if I can be allowed to translate if need be, maybe I won't be needed, but in the event that I am, that you allow me to translate, please.
Sure.
And also, and I know this has nothing to do with your decision tonight, hopefully, but I do want to let you know, these folks, they just recently purchased the property, and they installed a fence that it was going to just be a silver. One of the neighbors initially complained he wasn't going to match his shutters or something in the house. So what these homeowners did is they went ahead and paid, had an extra expense to paint it so that it would match the neighbor. So they're attempting to do everything that they can to not create, a hostile environment or just, within that community, even knowing that there are no restrictions and that they did not have to do, again, that to please the neighbors, but they're more than willing to and happy to whatever rules they need to abide by to make this change that you allow them to do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
How many horses are they looking to purchase or have?
One or two.
I'm just curious.
It's just for him to come home and relax. There was another suggestion or question as to how are they able to afford this property. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
But that's the type of environment and treatment there.
Well, thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this? We got,
My name is William Harrington. I live directly adjacent to this property, and those chickens are roosters. I don't know how many roosters, but those roosters are loud. They never stop. He wants to come home and relax. I want to come home and relax. I built there in 2015, peace and quiet. They bought the property knowing they were buying residential property. There's plenty of AR1 property for sale. Now, I can't even go on my back porch without hearing these roosters crow. So my concern is this: if you approve the AR1, this opens him up to full-on farming animals, whatever he wants. I mean, and he would be in compliance. Everybody on that street is residential.
That's a good question. Can I follow up with our staff? So if you go to AR1, what other advantages would they have besides being able to have horses? Can they have 50 chickens? Can they have
Hogs.
hogs? Can they have all those things?
Yes, sir, so they would be, within the ordinance, it does say that they would be all commercial agricultural pursuits and structures incidental thereto, including dairy products, livestock, poultry and poultry products, field crops. So,
So
they
basically,
would
any
be,
farming thing, to your point, is a good point, well taken.
Correct. So now, and so we're concerned about, I am concerned about the property value. If I decide I want to sell my property, that it's not going to be as attractive to buyers. Number two, he may just put horses there. Well, he's already got the roosters.
I got you.
But he could sell it, and then old McDonald can move in and put his farm there, you know, and that's kind of my concern. Is that, you know, I want to go on my back porch and not hear 30 or 40 gamecocks fight.
Well, I appreciate your comments and your objection to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, there were some people that wanted to speak forward. I said, it looked like we wanted to come speak again. I don't want to cut
Is
anybody
there
off.
any adjacent AR1 to it, or is it just in the area?
Yes.
No, it's not adjacent.
Any-
It's not adjacent.
There is adjacent.
I have 160 Long Pond Road is AR1, 299.
All right, tell you what, hold that to the board discussion, and we're going to point out. I just wanted to clarify what he said. That's why I went to that, to clarify that he was had a reasonable objection. But we'll hear from the public, and then we can get our questions answered.
I just had a quick question before I go. I just prepared a statement to make it as brief as possible.
Needs to be really brief, thank you.
Yeah, would AR2 allow for what the Martinez family would like to do, but also restrict them from some of the possible agricultural exploits that some of the residents are concerned about?
so yes, sir, so they would be allowed to have, the horses. It would limit the commercial,
Okay, so they
agriculture.
could have the horses if that's all they wanted to do with AR2. That's a good point. That's what you need to make. I appreciate it.
Right. Oh, I just had a brief statement in favor of it.
Okay.
So, in regards to the fencing, there's a resident at 291 Long Pond Road who's spoken with me about it and stating that he didn't like the fencing. That he was basically suggesting that the style of fence is like, are they going to be doing criminal activity?
But that's not related to the rezoning request, so I'm not sure how that's pertinent to it.
Oh, so it would go because the request has been contested heavily, leading by the resident at 291 Long Pond Road, actually going around and signing a petition, which is how I became aware of this incident. So a lot of things were spoken at the last meeting against it. Again, the Martinez weren't able to come to the meeting. So I just wanted to address those things. I know some more people are going to get up and speak against it. So
If they do, then they'll let you come back, that's okay. For pick the time, if they don't come and speak against it, you don't.
They're here, and I know what they're going to say, sir.
But you don't need to respond to it, because I'm not sure that what color the fence is pertinent to the rezoning tonight. But your first point is, you
Well,
said,
I believe that the rezoning, them going against it is partially in spite because of the fence.
well, I'll let them speak to that, okay?
Okay,
And
yes,
we'll
sir.
judge that.
And I just wanted to say that the Martinez have made concessions with the chickens. They were building another structure to house the roosters. They have stopped while they're pending the decision of this zoning that would help address some of the noise issues. And I guess I'll get up and say more if more
Yeah,
is
it
said.
sounds like they've been very compliant with some of the concerns of the constituents, and I get that.
Did you
Thank
get
so
a name,
much.
Stephanie?
No, I did
If you
not.
could state your name for the record.
Oh, Anthony Noto?
Thank you, Anthony, appreciate it. All right, anyone else speaking for or against? Okay, okay.
Hello, my name is Camille Ridgely, and I am a resident in the neighborhood across the street from the Martinez family. And I'm speaking in support of them being able to get their rezoning approved. I was one of the people who received the petition from the neighbor who's opposing. And like the other gentleman stated, in the petition, it was already kind of suggested that the Martinez family would have animals that were out of control and would possibly harm the children in our neighborhood, which is absolutely not factual. So I went over to the Martinez family and met them. I've seen how they're keeping their chickens. I do understand about the noise, but there are several other families in that area, to include the neighbor who's opposing, who have chickens.
We have
He
an
does
ordinance
not-
that regulates that.
Right, and he does not have roosters, and I will say that, but they have really tried to keep their chickens and roosters in clean quarters, and they have them separated, and their property is a huge property where they can build structures to help with any noise reduction, and they really have tried to accommodate the request of this neighbor with the fence. I saw the silver fence and all of that, so I think they're trying to abide by the rules and just want to relax and live their life just like we do in our homes.
Appreciate it, thank you. All right, we feel like we've had the 15 minutes that's required for public hearing, but if there's one other that wants to speak, I'll listen to one more. Okay.
My name is Gerald Phillips. I live at 291 Long Pond Road, and I want to clarify about this fence. The gentleman was putting up the fence, was talking to him, put up a 5-foot fence with a couple strands of barbed wire, is what I was told. I went over to talk with the homeowner, and that was on Friday. I said, you know, could you at least put up a black fence? He agreed to that. I carried him down the road, and I showed him a fence down a black road to look better versus a regular cyclone fence with barbed wire. But I really don't care about the fence. I got no control of the fence. That has nothing to do with rezoning. My main concerns is on this rezoning is when they bought the property, it was R1. They knew what they was buying. Second thing is the,
Did you get the name? I can't remember.
Last name Phillips, first name I did not get.
Gerald.
Gerald Phillips. So you're speaking against, you're concerned about the R1 that the gentleman shared earlier, that it would open up more farming.
Yes, sir.
Opportunities.
And
AR1 would open more farming opportunities.
okay.
Yeah.
And also, you know, I talk about the violations and all that. I mean, I let the city deal with that, or county.
That's
deal with it.
ordinance, it's nothing to do
That's
with
right.
zoning.
But
Okay.
they bought it at R1, and also basically the requirements, you know, as far as whatever they build in there, you know, that's up to them what they want to build over there. And I guess I'm probably the bad guy, because everybody wants to blame me for stuff, but the rumor got started, it was gamecock chickens and stuff like that. And there are some concerned people in the neighborhood as far as animals. If they was to sell this property and somebody else bought it, when it
Correct. So I think we've heard that.
Okay.
And you're confirming what somebody else is concerned about. If it goes to AR1, it opens larger farming opportunities of animals.
Right.
That may be concerning in properties that surround it that are R1.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Is there anything besides that you wanted to share?
Just basically everything that's right there together is all R1 and
Okay.
everything on the outside. That's it.
I'm gonna close the public hearing. I think we've heard the information. We can answer some of these questions now that you had, I think, about, is it R1 around him, or is it AR1
Yeah, I looked it up. There's 2 AR1 parcels.
that actually touch the property?
One of them does, one's across the street, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, and there are actually 2 that I also pulled up. But
If you're asking somebody a question, they need to come to the microphone.
The zoning around it.
If you're gonna answer.
Yes, there are several AR1 properties there, and there are 2 that I was able to find AR2.
All right, I want somebody to point out for me where the AR1s are related
green.
into this property that's.
Chairman, the light green is the AR1 properties. This property right here is the parcel in question.
Okay.
All of this is AR1.
So you see we're
But,
not.
but all that below it is R1. The red is all
And this,
R1.
right, the pink is
Yeah.
R1.
Okay. And I'm just sharing, because this is the time for the board to discuss, we've closed the public hearing. I am concerned with going to AR1 and opening it to more farming operations, because it has been approved for R1, neighbors who bought property next to that. That would be my 2 cents for the board to have a discussion now, and then entertain a motion.
Have you closed the public hearing?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I said I'd take one more, and then I closed it. After that, then I turned
Okay.
to answer their questions.
No, I've been looking into this one. I actually, and I forgot, I went and actually, because I believe horses are 200 feet from a adjacent dwelling, right?
Yes, sir.
And I actually took a 200-foot radius around it. It's not much property in the center of the 5 acres. You could have a horse or anything.
So you could not put a horse? I think you said
You could, but it would be very narrow. I went, because
you couldn't get
this
an acre.
really,
You don't think you could get an acre in there?
going out there, this zoning map really doesn't paint a good picture of the neighborhood, as far as the zoning.
I guess, Phil, see if this makes sense. If you didn't change it, I mean, they're saying it could happen, but they'd have to comply with the current ordinance for R1 to have horses. It's their decision if they're gonna put it on that little small
I know.
square or not. Because if they're desiring to have horses, they don't need to get it rezoned to have a horse.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Because there's not enough room? Thought you said there was room.
No, sir, so
It's,
they.
it's zoned R1 right now.
Yes.
And they could have horses on R1.
No.
Well,
It
you said
has
they
to be,
could.
it has to be AR2 or AR1 to
Oh,
have
I thought you said it could be R1.
And there was, I believe, there was a suggestion that perhaps an AR2 zoning would be better, and then, from your office, and then it was changed to, no, let's keep it at AR1. But if an AR2 would work better to eliminate the concerns of
Maybe
any
that's
of the
what I heard
neighbors, that
earlier,
this might
AR2.
grow into something more.
Now, what an AR2 would allow it to do is be subdivided.
And I guarantee you, that's not something that I would
I
want to do.
understand. I'm just saying that.
But so would
Right,
R1 then.
right.
Well, R1, you're right.
Yeah, and you've got,
Good point.
you've got properties that are,
Um,
you've got properties that would match it if it was subdivided
Well, no,
into
you
2
couldn't
lots.
because it's 5 acres.
And there are
5 acres now, so you'd
Can't.
have a 2-acre tract.
You
No, no,
couldn't
no, no,
divide it.
R1. R1
Oh,
could be
R1,
subdivided.
yes.
And
The
there are a
existing
couple of-
zoning could be subdivided.
There are a couple of properties that are currently zoned at AR1 that are an acre and a half, less than
Well,
2
that- That's
acres.
non-conforming.
No, I know,
That's
but-
part of our
so I
zoning.
think-
We can't fix what happened 50 years
I
ago.
hear you, I hear you.
And you have to consider what, there was a reason this was zoned R1, even though it's 5 acres.
I'd
Was
be-
it to
I would
maintain
be-
a residential
I'd be concerned that it would open
appeal?
opportunities
That's
for
my
other
concern.
farming, is my 2 cents.
Yeah.
So, any other discussion, any other concerns or questions?
I mean, any thoughts from the board?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if it's gonna be restricted to a very small area for a horse needs room to move.
That's what I was
So,
thinking.
I mean, that's the issue.
Even on 5 acres, isn't that kind of small for a horse?
So what's restricted is where the stable can go. The stable where the horse would be housed is what would have to be 200 feet from neighboring residents or dwellings.
You don't have to have a stable to have a horse.
So,
I know
Well,
you have horses.
That's
And
up for interpretation, because such animals or fowl shall be kept at the following minimum distances. So, running, out all day, are they being kept where they are? That would be my interpretation.
Sounds
we
like-
had cows and horses, and horses actually never stopped eating. Cows would stop every now and then, and we definitely were on a lot more than 5 acres. And I don't know, just personally, just think 5 acres and a horse just doesn't fit.
Well, particularly, the adjacent homes are relatively on smaller parcels, so they're closer to the property line, thereby, that 200
Creates-
foot really encroaches in.
If you had 5-acre tracts all the way around, it'd be a different
It
story.
would, yeah, it would be, because you could have that separation. I mean, that's ultimately my
Yeah, well,
thought.
we
I
have,
just
we
can't.
have 3 horses, and they're probably eating off of about 3 acres.
Mhm.
And it takes every bit of those acre put to the horse to feed. And I'm not telling them how to raise their horses. I know I've seen people put
No,
them in the
I'm not
backyard.
either. I mean,
and put a
you
bunch
know.
of hay. But my bigger concern is, once again, if you go to AR1, you're opening up to what you said, could be a hog, but for the next owner, could be whatever, and I don't think that's the intent.
And then,
Yeah, I
right,
think
and they would be happy with having whatever restrictions you are concerned
I don't know
about
that
as
we
far
can-
as
I
like,
don't know that we can do that. The zoning sets the restrictions and it doesn't restrict it, so
Yeah, I
the next
wouldn't-
property owner might put whatever they want out there.
and all he wants is a horse.
Yeah,
That's
I
all.
understand.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
You know,
Any-
you know, I mean, ultimately, and I'm sorry.
Oh,
Oh.
Ms. Martinez would like to say
Oh,
something. Is
sure,
that okay?
sure.
We'll give her a
Could be
statement.
as a property owner.
Do you need to interpret or you got it?
I think I can handle it. I'm the property owner, the 295 Long Pond Road. I couldn't come the last meeting. I had an appointment because I moved from Hilton Head, South Carolina, and I have 2 babies.
That's
and I had
okay.
the
We're hearing it
appointment.
tonight, so you're
But
fine.
everybody's talking about that we're planning to have horses. First of all, we don't have any horses in my property, and I'm not planning. I was thinking to buy a pony for my little one, but I'm not because that was the issue. That was the first issue. So I don't have any horses, and I'm not planning to have any horses. The second issue was the fence. We put a fence because we wanted to know, like, I
Fence
don't
is
know.
not a zoning issue. You're good with the fence.
Well, that's all this going through. Like, first was the horses, then the fence, now the chickens, now the pole barn that my husband started building in the back. He's just watching every single thing that we do, and I don't know. We're trying to.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why do you want R1 if you're not gonna have horses?
Because we have chickens, and the owners before
Chickens
us.
can chickens be in what they're in now?
In R1, yes, but no roosters.
4 chickens.
4 chickens, no roosters.
Right, so you can have,
50.
and I think that's what, that ordinance is there for a reason, for
But
for
it's not
chickens.
just roosters. We have hens, and we have we have chickens, hens, and roosters.
But
And
this
it's
size
not
property,
only-
R1, probably should just
Yes,
have the
because
4.
I didn't know that's why Veronica said you can apply for that AR1. That way you can have anything.
And that's the
But-
concern.
Yeah, but the thing that I don't like is that he's making telling all my neighbors about we planning to have a farm, and we're not planning to have a farm. I have 2 little babies. I don't have time for that.
And I can appreciate that, but zoning is there to protect people from others who might buy your property that might want to put roosters out there. You may not, you may remove them. I understand that. But the next property owner would not have to once we rezone this. So that's why I would, if I was suggesting that, I would not be for the rezoning. I think you stick to what you can do with R1, which is the 4 chickens and.
And those, and your rights under R1 are absolutely protected. I mean, this board is gonna support you on what's
Yeah.
allowed in R1
Anything
zoning.
you
Yeah,
can do
but
with
like-
R1 with chickens and so forth, we're gonna support you because the ordinances are there for you.
The R1, we're allowed to have 4 hens, I believe, 4 chickens, something like that. We have more than that. I'm not gonna lie, we have more
Right,
than
well,
that.
you have to correct that because it's gonna be a zoning violation if you don't.
Yeah, that's why we were
Yeah.
planning to do the rezoning, and they're not like the wild animals. I have pictures
I
where my.
understand, no, I appreciate it. I
Yeah.
think we understand the concerns and we understand that you have a good heart trying to work with constituents. It's more than that, for me anyway. It's going to AR1 opens it up for a lot more than what you may ever do with it. Because you may not always own that property, so we have to look down the road with these decisions that we make.
Oh,
Okay?
I just wanted to, I have pictures, like I said, I don't know if you guys.
I don't think it'll impact anything, but you're welcome to leave them with the clerk.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. Public hearing's already been closed. Any other
Yeah.
discussion or comments?
I don't. I think, going to AR1 on it is just, that's a huge step to be able to, just to have chickens. And I hate, that's just, with that, I have to make a motion to deny.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Deloach to deny the request. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none no's, it passes unanimously. I wish we could say yes to it, but I see
I
too
know.
many issues down the road for that piece of property and neighbors and so forth. All right, that's, we don't need a second reading. Item number 13, the planning board recommends denying an application by Jerome S. Cotter to rezone 18.67 acres located on Hodgeville Road from PD commercial to PD residential to allow for the multifamily residential development. This is map number 416, parcel number 20D in the 2nd District.
Yes, sir. So the proposed development is surrounded to the northwest and south by the current PD zoning of Belmont Glen subdivision. To the east and northeast of the development is industrial. However, at the April 5th, 2022 Board of Commissioner meeting, the applicant did apply to do the same PD text amendment from PD commercial to PD residential, and at that time, the rezoning was denied. At Planning Board, this was also denied, recommended for denial, and the reason for denial was that Hodgeville Road is a county-maintained road. The infrastructure and road at this time cannot handle the change from PD commercial to PD multifamily. Again, staff and Planning Board had differing opinions. For staff, this meets the ordinance, and so staff recommends alternative number 1.
Okay, without considering, you're allowing the board to consider the other
Yes, sir.
circumstances. Okay, all right, we'll open a public hearing.
It was commercial?
Yes, sir.
PD, it's a PD, and they can structure commercial within that PD. Now they want to say, we want residential.
Switch it to multifamily.
Okay, all right. So we'll open a public hearing and listen to those who are speaking in favor or against.
CJ Chance, Hussey Gay Bell. As was mentioned, this came before you, I can't remember what date you said it was, but 12, 18 months ago, and was denied at that point. One of the big factors in denial, one of them still remains today, but I think the biggest thing was staff actually recommended denial the first time because we didn't have a concept plan that we were willing to stick to. It was not in concrete. This one is. There is a buyer on board. When we were doing it previously, there was not a buyer. It was just trying to get it rezoned. But there is a buyer who plans to take this to PD residential. The residential outlines are 12, no more than 12 units per acre. It'll be a townhome product. More than likely, it could be a fee simple or a for rent product, either one. That has not been stipulated. It is currently zoned as a PD commercial, and if you go back 15 years ago, this was part of the IP PD. So you had residential, commercial, institutional, and I think you actually had a little bit of industrial in that PD as well. 2,700 acres of it was condemned. So what was originally planned to be about 6,000 plus home units, residential units, has now dwindled to what's on the west side of Hodgeville Road, which is about 600 units in Belmont Glen, plus what's coming in New Haven, which is, I think we've got about 100 and so on the ground now. And then this will be the only residential that is left. The property has been on the market for commercial for about 12 years with 0 bites. So I don't think the commercial market sees it as being a viable option, and we're here to proceed and ask for your consideration as changing it to PD residential. There have been several concerns that have been brought to me by multiple people. So if I need to take some of those concerns and take more time, I'm happy to do so. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else speaking tonight that speak in favor or against? Favor or against, okay? You may say everything he wants to say, and then he can just sit there and say ditto.
Good evening, long evening, but my name is Todd Winderoth. This is going to be my 4th time coming up here addressing this issue. As the applicant has said, it was denied 3 times. This is the 4th time, the 4th opposition. The planning board, I believe, had it right to deny it. There is just way too much progress going on in Hodgeville and the surrounding areas. You got items that are on Goshen, you got items that are continuing that involves Hodgeville Road. There's a pending bigger plan going across the street from this one if it goes through the pipeline. This opens up like an avalanche of traffic and noise, schools, buses, it can't even get done as we're speaking now. The last person, I believe, was talking about, oh, the traffic, you know, in the Effingham Parkway. If they're banking on that to, you know, crowd the streets, they're wrong. They're wrong. Right now, you got people that are complaining in the Belmont Glen, the New Haven, and now you want to squeeze in a high density, shoulder to shoulder, basically, with the property, and go across the street and double the size. It's too much. I think the county roads need to be widened. There's a lot more infrastructure. This is way too much too soon for everybody involved, even on this board. So I'm just pleading with the board to take up the Planning Commission's recommendation and to deny it. And if it comes in the future, you have items I want to bring out. I'm going to backtrack. You got items on Goshen with an apartment complex, I don't know, 17 or something like that. We're doing our fair share for rentals. There's already one there. We can't just keep building and building on Hodgeville. To what extent? You open up this one, you've opened up an avalanche. So I'm kind of pleading with you guys to deny the applicant. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Do you want to speak?
Hello, my name is Chris Kabinski. I live over on Red Maple. I serve on the board of directors in Belmont Glen and also for New Haven, and I'm currently tasked with managing the facilities for both neighborhoods. To echo some of Todd's sentiments and some of the stuff that was said last year, as it stands right now, I do fully respect that the county is trying to balance, you know, the need for MDUs coming into the county with the large influx of, you know, workers that are going to be coming. My biggest objection is this seems to be trying to ram a square peg through a round hole, differentiating from the original master plan, which was commercial. There has been a lot of people that have been clamoring for something to go in there, you know, such as, you know, a little pizza shop, a little coffee shop, something to that, you know, regard that would help fit that neighborhood. And also the, you know, coming industrial that is across the street. Secondly, I do echo some of the sentiment. While that there is plans for new schools, that the roads are going to be addressed, that is still far down the road. Personally, I have a little bit of a problem when they come up and say they've had 0 bites. After the conclusion of the last meeting, I did have a chat with a neighbor who had called multiple times, you know, trying to seek commercial development. And me as a telecom engineer for over 20 years, I have access to being able to find out the history path that a call takes. So I took it upon myself, called, left messages twice with traces to show exactly where that call was terminated, that it was, you know, in fact terminated on their end, meaning into a voicemail, and I never got a call back myself. Furthermore, I think when you are driving down Hodgeville, which have many of you driven down that road before and seen the state of that sign, the for sale sign, it's completely broken down. You can't read it. So I would respectfully disagree that they are trying to advertise that for commercial, but rather trying to get what is going to gain them the most revenue in MDUs. So my personal opinion, I would not like to see it, although I do appreciate that they are trying to meet the need of the county to get more MDUs. I don't think it's a right fit, especially between the new neighborhoods. And as me being over the facilities, our biggest fear is having some of those people that are in that particular neighborhood then overflow into ours to use our, you know, facilities that are private to us. That would put undue strain upon us, especially on the board. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else speaking in opposition tonight? All right, you want to come back, respond, and then we'll go close the public hearing.
Yeah, so just offer a couple of responses. I'm sorry that the gentleman says that he made contact and got no response. Certainly that does not fall on me. I wish I was a broker, but my life is not that free and clear. I do a lot more. So to address the needs of the commercial, to address the infrastructure needs, to address the traffic needs, the property has been zoned commercial since 2007. That's how long it's been. How long it's been on the active market, I can't say exactly, but for years it's been on the active market. As far as reaching a financial gain, I can assure you that commercial is a much higher financial gain than residential. So this is somebody who wants to to release a property with no interest in commercial. You know, if a pizza shop wants to come in, they're going to pay a lot more per acre than what residential is going to pay. Commercial and industrial pay way more than residential. So I don't think that this is somebody trying to release land at a higher value or generate more income. I do understand that Hodgeville Road is busy. I am more than happy to come back before staff and come back before this commission with a study that shows a mixed-use commercial and what those traffic generations would be versus what residential traffic would be. I don't know that this is going to be a for-rent community. I don't know that. I'm not saying it is or is not, but it's currently being zoned as a PD residential, which means it can be fee simple or horizontal. So just wanted to address those questions, and I would be more than happy to come back with a study and present that information to staff and commission as well. So.
Okay, thank you. We're going to close the public hearing and have discussion upon the board. I want a question of clarity for me. If it were to be rezoned PD residential, does that automatically allow them to have multifamily? That text would have to be written, right? It could still be single family dwelling or whatever.
Yeah, this is a PD text amendment. Are
they asking for that text amendment with this zoning request to be multifamily?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
all right.
But there were stipulations in the text amendment that said what the density could be, what the square footage would be, and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Which would, that text would allow for multifamily.
Yes, sir.
And this is predominantly a single family dwelling area right now. We don't have multifamily, I don't think, in the New Haven or Belmont Glen.
Different option. That's
Yeah,
correct.
okay, all right. Just want to make sure I understood that. Any question, discussion from the board?
Yeah, I've looked at this quite a bit, and of course, CJ is well respected to all of us, and I appreciate you coming here tonight. I think.
Got one more, I'm gonna be here longer.
I think the planning board got it right again on this. Hodgeville's stacked up with traffic beyond what we can handle right now. Our infrastructure's maxed out at our peak times. We've got plans to do some things, but right now we are not doing anything. And until we can get something, I know,
we are
yeah, let me clarify that.
It takes
I'm
time
recording
to get it done.
It does.
We are doing it.
It's just taking longer, much longer to get it done because of engineering, costs have changed. I mean, just a lot of things that went on that's delayed what we're been trying so hard to do. Please don't quote me. It's not, this board's been working hard.
We are doing
man.
something every day.
Absolutely been working hard. But our infrastructure just can't handle it right now. And I said before, you know, for this rezoning, there's a need for commercial. I wish somebody come along and buy something. We have a deep need for commercial on this side. I think when somebody does come along, if they'll work with them on price, it would be awesome. And I think they would be very, very profitable. You know, just looking at the plan, it looks like they're cramming a lot of stuff in a 17-acre lot. This would put over 400 cars on our roads already. We don't have, since it's on that side of the road, there's no way to get it off Hodgeville. And right now, like it or not, Hodgeville is being used as a truck route, cement trucks, cars, everything and their brother is on Hodgeville. And it's horrible. It's just getting here is taking me more time every time I come to a board meeting, just trying to get through here. If I come here before 5 o'clock, I would hate to come here after 5 o'clock. I'd never get here. You know, to other points, there's no other multifamily yet around there. And that's about it. Our schools look good right now. I've spoken with the superintendent. We do have one small issue that may come up, and that's our elementary school in Collecounty. We can only handle so much. Right now, we're not at capacity, thankfully, but there's no room to build at that particular school. So, you know, we've already got some other things approved in addition to this area along the dirt road. What is it, Earl Lane? So we do have some other neighborhoods already approved that's coming regardless. It's just over capacity till we can get some relief at least at this point.
Any other discussion or questions from anybody on the board?
Yeah, I would just, I know Roger hadn't made a motion, but I'd just second what he just said. And I think if we were further along with some of the current plans that are in place with Hodgeville and Goshen, you know, I might feel different, but yeah, I definitely agree with Roger.
Yeah, and even though I don't get a vote, I'm on that same page. There may be consideration, but there may not need to be consideration if the roads are done and the other developments that are already approved fill in. The commercial may then come as well, which would be a win for the landowner and the applicant and everybody. But I'm not saying that's the way they need to go. I'm just saying that I'd like to see us get further along down the road with all that we are doing.
A little relief, a little relief would be
Versus,
great.
yeah.
Then at least we
Could
can
I ask a
see-
question?
Sure.
And this question is to staff, and maybe Mr. Candler, I'm not sure who needs to answer this question, but I think if the property is currently zoned as PD commercial, then technically I do not have to come before this body to get an approval on the commercial. So if that commercial entity increases the traffic, I mean, that could happen tomorrow without coming before this body. So is there no consideration that you're saying that the roads are overloaded now, but we want commercial, and we want to put more traffic on the roads for commercial, but not for residential? I understand the school side. I completely get that. And that would certainly, commercial would be beneficial for the school side.
Can offer a reason. I think commercial with the traffic load would be different. It would not all be between 7 and 8 in the morning, 8:30, when people are going to work and to school. It would be scattered throughout the day, even into the evenings with certain types of businesses. So it's one thing to have a certain amount of cars that equal or exceed, but when you're all in basically a 3.5 hour period, that's what causes our problem. We always tell people, we don't have a traffic problem in Hodgeville, we have a commute problem.
We have a peak problem.
But it's a serious commute problem.
Well, I would certainly like to ask you for me to present before the January 16th a traffic study that shows AM, PM peak times and also shows daily traffic and what a commercial development can look like versus a residential development. I think you will be surprised. I mean, you look at what you learned with the sound studies and the berms, I do think you could be surprised, and I would like to ask for that consideration.
The only issue I'd have with that, CJ, is, you know, you would be assuming of a certain type of commercial.
I agree.
We wouldn't have anything really to base that off of.
I agree.
It would be big question marks, and it could be this versus what we know.
Yeah.
I don't think it'd be a fair study for either side.
Okay. Thank you.
But we appreciate all that you do in this
Yeah,
county. You
it
do
is.
well when you do it.
He does. He makes great arguments.
So any other further discussion?
I'm surprised that nothing commercial has come
Me
there.
too.
I can't
That's-
lose my mind that nobody's picked that up and developed it. for
I think when the
We need a sign
Parkway
up
and the
there.
Gateway.
That would help.
I think you and Roger need to go do that.
Well, just for the applicant to know that, you know, the Gateway, we have requirements about being finished by the time the Parkway, we're trying to negotiate something else that would be helpful that area along the Gateway, in Hodgeville, that the county wants to fund, and all this can happen within about 2 years.
I've relayed that.
Okay, that may really relieve a lot of pressure of our traffic and provide the opportunity for the commercial. So I don't want to get too far down on that, but anyway.
We screen for property rights, but I mean, there's already a zoning there that's much more than residential.
Yeah.
I think the value's in the commercial. It may not be here yet. And unlike some over in my area, that's the worst area in this county. I mean,
It
it's
is. It's
terrible
our
trying
worst.
to.
Well, and there's another side to that, even though we're gonna, there'll be additional residential, we have to have that
Any way I
balance.
can, so I understand the plight there.
All right,
but-
is there a motion?
I make a motion to deny.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Deloach to deny the request from the, which I think must be alternative two, to deny from PD commercial to PD residential.
Yes, sir.
We'll cover it that way. All in favor of the motion to deny, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yea, no? So it is approved that we are denying that request from PD commercial to PD residential. We don't need the second reading, so we'll move to, item number 15. The planning board recommends approving an application by Warren Kennedy for a sketch plan located at 195 Elm Street, for 80-foot storage lot, zone B3, map number 302, parcel number 167 in the first district. Now, this is a sketch plan tonight. Clarify for me, this is a public hearing still on the sketch plan? I didn't think so. Okay. I just saw that it said public hearing. I don't want to deny people the opportunity to speak if I'm supposed to give them a chance to speak. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Samantha Easton, Planner 2. The applicant has requested approval of the sketch plan for 80 storage lot. The rezoning was approved on October 3rd for the outdoor storage facility. Conditions of the rezoning were that only type 1 through 5 vehicles were allowed on Elm Street. There are 10-foot buffers on Elm Street and Highway 80 with 30 on the residential side and 15 on the commercial side. The applicant is in the process of getting the buffers replanted, and staff has been in contact with them regarding that. Staff and planning board recommend alternative 1.
Okay. Any questions or discussion from the board?
I'll make a motion that we approve with staff and planning board recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Motion, Mr. Floyd, to approve with staff and planning board recommendations. Did I get a second, Mr. Burdette?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Second, Mr. Burdette. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. And so we have another sketch plan, not a public hearing. The planning board recommends approving the application by David Morrow as agent for Linfus Chemicals Incorporated for,
You missed.
We missed 16.
Missed one.
did I miss one?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I did, I'm sorry. Item number 16, planning board recommends approving an application by Ray Demont as agent for Quail Preserve LLC for a sketch plan located at US Highway 80 for Falkville Flex Zone B3, map number 329, parcel number 41 E01 in the first district.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting approval for the sketch plan for Falkville Flex. The board approved the rezoning on October 3rd, and the November 7th meeting, the variance request was approved to eliminate the buffer to the south. There will be 2 access points on Highway 80, one on each side of the B2 triangle in the middle. Applicant has been in contact with GDOT and has started the permitting process. There's 10-foot buffers on the Highway 80 side and 15 on the B2 triangle in the middle, with a 30-foot buffer on Marlowe Road. Planning board and staff recommend alternative 1.
Is there any discussion? Motion?
Straightforward. Make a motion to approve with staff and planning board recommendations.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second Mr. Kiefer to approve with staff and planning board recommendations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Now we go to item number 17. The planning board recommends approving an application by David Morrow as agent for Linfos Chemicals Incorporated for a sketch plan located on Goshen Road for Waterford Apartments, Zone R3, map number 465, parcel number 23 in the second district.
Yes, sir. The applicant is requesting the approval for a sketch plan for Waterford Apartments located on Goshen. This rezoning was approved in 2005. There must be 4 acres of B2 located on this parcel, and previous staff has allowed the applicant to choose where the B2 acreage will be. This sketch plan only covers the 9 acres, and the applicant must submit an updated plat subdividing out this phase. They also have submitted a updated master plan draft that is not before you tonight, just the 9-acre sketch plan will be. There is some complaints from the Learning Treehouse regarding the buffering and driveway access. The applicant has shown a new access point on the 9 acres, and they have shown that they will be using the required buffer that we currently allow.
Okay.
And staff and planning board are recommending alternative 1.
Okay. Is there any question or discussion with the board?
Yeah, is the applicant here tonight? What's the total density?
We have,
We have 6, it's Kenan Stroud. I'm with Robert Civil Engineering Agent for the owner. We're proposing 60 units over the 9 acres.
No, I mean total density for the entire project.
Oh, for the entire project?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, like, with the 50-plus acres for the
Right.
master? Oh, I'm not sure. It's open still. They just have areas for R3 that's owned by someone else. This is being subdivided out. They have to have 4 acres of business, and then they have whatever room they so please, I guess, for residential after that.
I've got some concerns with this to do it here, and if I could, I'd probably like to table it so we could talk more about it. And here's the concerns. We're still a long way off for Goshen improvements. And the child care center there, the Learning Tree, I thought was a small entity there, and it's huge. There's 60 employees. The main building itself has 137 students right there at the entrance. There's a 200 building with 77 students, and there's a 100 building with 94 students. It's a total of 308 students right there along that way. So I've got some concerns about how we'll take care of the traffic. It's probably something we could work through, but I think we need a lot of questions answered and between us and them. Is it safe? Or can this be actually a school zone? If so, what do we have to do with the roads? Help me out if I'm wrong here, but I did have another question on demographics. Will it be low income or Section 8 housing?
It will not be, no.
That's great. What about any barriers, fencing, berms?
It will have the vegetated buffer around, and then with the wetlands as well, especially the back and the right side behind the Treehouse Learning Center will be undisturbed buffer.
Yes, sir. Would it be okay to table this one and talk with, and work with staff and see if these concerns can be addressed and if it's going to be an issue or not? And would that be,
I'd entertain a motion. If you get a second, we'll take a vote.
It couldn't be something we could work with staff after an approval just because of the outright use, or?
Well, just want to make sure we're on the same page, and would there be some changes? And I'd love some more information on what they're going to do with the rest of it. When do they think are they just
Well,
going to do?
it's not even theirs. So somebody is selling off the 9 acres as part of that.
Oh, so
So the other owner would.
this is a different owner for the 9 acres versus what's going to happen in the back.
Correct, but it is going to have to be 4 acres of commercial,
Right.
and the rest could be residential.
Inside the development? Or-
No, at the rear. This is just a small 9-acre portion. The total is 50-something acres. It's a large parcel that's at the rear of this.
So how would they do commercial? Is there an entrance in the rear?
Yeah, so this, on the side here, let's see where I'm at now. Oh, I can't really, no, that's the master plan. So you'll see ours is the darker green. They call it phase 1, but there's a 60-foot strip to that parcel that would be an easement for it. The additional access back to the
Oh,
market.
straight there. Okay, just right there.
Correct. So this would just be for the residential here.
So where will the commercial potentially be?
So the commercial is the orange area.
I see. Okay, so behind that, okay. Yeah, if that's okay, I'd like to table and let's put our heads together a little bit, at least hear the concerns of the school, and that's a lot of kids. I had no idea the school was that big.
Does staff have any concerns about tabling this tonight, or?
Oh, I don't, just as long as we're kind of getting a specifics on what we want to handle between
Mainly
now and
traffic, roads, or how we're gonna tie in, how this, can it be a school zone? If it's a school zone, how does it affect the interest?
I guess,
lot of-
can we restrict, they've already got the zoning, can we
Yeah, this is
restrict the
an
sketch plan
outright
based
use.
on traffic, since they've already got it? I
I
get
don't
it,
know if you could restrict it, but at least we could plan for it, and we may need additional buffers with this consideration of the school, or,
but can we
I think
require
she's here
different?
tonight. I don't know if you, is
Yeah,
it
no, I
okay?
appreciate it, but I'm gonna make sure we can, on legal ground here, can we require additional buffers when it's already been zoned?
we can't require them, no.
Right, we followed everything that's in the ordinance for the R3 with the buffers, the driveway, everything has been
Because the zoning's
looked at,
already-
and the
that's not-
zoning's correct. I mean, this is designed
I
to
would
that.
just be, that's my concern with the school right there. Do we have any grounds to look further into that, or do we not? I don't wanna do anything.
Not,
I think if the sketch, Lee,
If it-
can you weigh in and help us here? If the sketch plan complies with the zoning, is that what we're doing during the sketch plan
right.
approval?
Yes, somebody was answering for me.
Sorry.
You can look at the sketch plan ordinance, number one, you kind of see all the factors there and parameters you need to look at. The zoning is complete. And so that, just like the earlier one tonight, we were talking about where we're gonna require that driveway. This is why you don't do it at the sketch plan
Right.
time, yeah.
So if they had the right access if they have the right setbacks, if they have the right green space, all the things that the ordinance requires, then the sketch plan should move forward,
Yeah,
correct?
like I said, I mean, unless there was something in the sketch plan ordinance, right, that gave you concern, then that'd be a time to address it, but.
It was unanimous with the planning board, I will say that.
And we've given extra open space with the
That's
wetlands
fine.
and
Like I
everything.
said, I'm just concerned about the kids and the amount of kids, mainly of all, and the amount of traffic we're gonna have coming in here, not knowing the additional densities and just a lot of questions.
And it's something,
I wanna be on
the
right
owner,
side of it.
the owner has asked if there's been any comments, they've reached out, and so it is also something that I can't say I'm sure this owner is happy to reach out and discuss any of those comments as well, if anything could be adjusted. Just for this though, in the case of coming for another meeting, you know,
Also, if
we
there
met
was
all those
concern by
sketch
the
plan
school,
standards.
they should be here tonight.
There are.
Okay, they're gonna speak against?
Well, I don't
It's
think
not public.
It's not public hearing. She's here tonight.
It's sketch plan, but,
Yeah, we got
Yes.
some.
well, I tell you what,
She's the director.
yeah, if you wanna
Fine to
come.
I
Yeah,
mean, it's
I'm-
fine to
I'm-
let them speak.
Yeah,
It's
if
not
you
a
don't mind,
public
I'm gonna
hearing.
let you share what
mean-
concerns you have.
And, you know, her concerns are my concerns with the children.
Okay.
That's-
Yeah, my name is Jana Fox. I'm the Director of Operations for the Learning Tree House. We're not trying to fight, you know, a development coming. We get it. If anything, we're hoping that there might be some staff that might want to walk to work. Yeah, I mean, we're embracing that, you know, this is coming. Our biggest concern is the traffic. I mean, we just went over what's happening on Hodgeville, what's happening on Goshen. That is a lot of driveways competing for the same little piece of road before Goshen's widened. In addition to everything that we're adding down at the end of Goshen, you know, by Grace Community Church. So we don't even know what it's gonna look like, even if you did a traffic study. We don't know, you know, because so much is coming so fast. So we're definitely not opposed to something being there. We're just really scared. And I kind of speak on behalf of all of our parents, our staff. We can hardly get out of our driveway, and we all have kids in the car. You know, so making a left-hand turn out of our driveway at, you know, anywhere from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock in the afternoon, you might as well go right, cut down Crystal Drive, and come out at the light
There's
at
those time
McCall.
periods, you just can't do it, yeah.
Yeah, and there's, you know, Highland Drive is across the street. There's Goshen Hills right there. We have another gravel driveway. We have 2 buildings at the church in addition to whatever's going on at the church. So it's like 4 little driveways, you know, in addition to adding there too. And it's all, you know, I mean, I understand it's all landlocked at the back of their property and they can't really have an additional driveway, but it's just so much in that little area. And like I said, everybody has small children in the car. I'm not talking about big kids or
Yeah.
we don't have buses
These are
or, you
little-
know.
These are little tots.
Yeah, and we also have, you know, K through 5th children, so there's buses, there's probably 6 buses that come in and out of our driveway all the time too.
Tim, do we have a schedule, on when we might let the contract on Goshen? I know the design is about done.
Yeah, I'm curious of the timeline for us,
So
the
the
timeline.
design's
for the
not done,
project.
right, so we just awarded the design.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. I knew
Um,
something had just
yeah,
changed.
and
So
so,
It'll probably take a year to get the design done?
It'll be a little over a year to get the design, and the issue with Goshen is going to be, there will require additional right-of-way.
Yep. So
We
it
are
could take-
looking at the possibility, and it's listed in the design contract about if there's delays related, let's say, to the railroad permission and so on and so forth, that we can look at possibilities for phasing it or excluding parts of it. But I think we're probably looking at a 2-year period on that road
2 year
between
for design and
design and
construction?
construction, yeah.
Design and construction, okay. And just for curious, how long would it take for this development to be complete? Yeah. Microphone. I'm trying to see how much overlap there might be there, you know, with that traffic concern.
I would assume with civil and everything going through and then getting those permits, it'd probably be looking at opening in more like a year and a half, depending on supplies, but.
So we
for the
could have
transit to be a year and
a
a
half a year to a whole year of overlap where the roads being constructed and the units are going up. I just want to make sure we all knew that. Okay, thank you very much. And
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
I don't know how to handle this. I mean, it's usually, building is kind of close to rezoning. In this case, it was rezoned.
Yeah.
2007, did you say?
Yeah.
So now we're,
That's the thing is the zone.
Yeah.
Without approving this, I understand the traffic
Right.
concern, but I mean, we've told them they can do it.
right, exactly. That was exactly
Well,
my
I
point.
think
is
what I would
so
offer-
go, we've
And I have to
gotta-
believe they're interested in making sure everybody's flowing
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Right,
think
and I
so,
have,
too.
I want to do the same thing, and I'd love
I
to.
think the,
You know, in '07, there was no traffic.
but I think because it's been zoned, I'm gonna ask the board to move forward with a motion and ask the applicant to get with the landowner. If there's some things you guys can do, sound like you're willing to work with to see how you can make it safer until
Right.
we get that Goshen completely built out, because there is gonna be an overlap of about 6 months
Right.
before it's finished.
Good.
And if y'all could do that, I'd
Yeah.
appreciate you doing that. That'll always give points when you come for your next project. We'll say, they worked so well with our landowners and constituents.
Absolutely.
That's
That
why we
is
try
our
to give
plan,
CJ
so.
favor, because CJ always works well.
I'm thinking I might need to hire this guy. What y'all think? I'm up 2 so far.
Business card too.
Oh, you're 1-1.
All right, so, with that, I'm gonna entertain a motion to approve the sketch plan.
I make a motion to approve staff and planning board recommendations.
Second.
That's a motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, sketch plan is approved.
All right,
So
thank
Looking
you.
forward to you getting with them and see if you can make some tweaks that makes things safer for our
Please,
children.
thank you. I appreciate you being considerate.
Thank you so much. All right, are we on number 18? Staff recommends approving the application by Leon Hood for a conditional use located at 258 Shirley Drive for a family cemetery, map number 370C, parcel number 2B in the 4th District.
Yes, sir. So the applicant requests a conditional use to have a family cemetery on the parcel. The cemetery is 400 square feet approximately and located 10 feet from the property line. A plat has been submitted to the planning office for signature. Staff recommends alternative number 1.
All right, so we open a public hearing. Anyone tonight speaking in favor or against this rezoning request? Conditional use. Anyone speaking in favor or against the conditional use that would like to speak? Seeing no one coming forward, I'll close the public hearing and see if there's any discussion from the board or a motion.
Make a motion to approve with staff and planning board recommendations.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Burdette, to approve with staff and planning board recommendations. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously. Therefore, we can have the second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Leon Hood for a conditional use located at 258 Shelby Drive for a family cemetery, map number 370C, parcel number 2B in the 4th District.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion to approve the second reading by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Kiefer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously. Yeah, yeah, if y'all would like to take a little break before we do our new business. That's all we got left from my summation is new business, right?
All in a business.
But anyways, I'll keep you.
Let's finish this up so staff can go home.
It's just me and you. Let's go.
I'm just kidding.
We don't even have our manager yet. He had to run the restroom, I think.
We don't need him for this. Now, where's Roger? He can't go to the bathroom and grab something to eat. Need one more for a quorum.
No. No.
I'll knock on that door.
Tell me when to go. Which one is it?
Put the chicken leg down.
No, I said I wanted to go first. I've already thrown that out there.
Come on, guys. You got staff out here.
Right? You're gonna do 10.
You got staff gaining retirement time and vacation time.
CJ said he'd stay here all night.
I have been here all night. I've been here since 3:30 today. Now that Bretton's gone now.
All right, let's work through this, new business as quickly as possible. Item number 1 under new business, consideration to approve adoption of the Effingham County Hazard Mitigation Plan.
All right, I can get up here and give a full dissertation if you want me to.
You want us to make a motion?
No, basically, this is we have a regional countywide hazard mitigation plan. It's required by FEMA, and it's grant funded through them with pass-through through GEMA. We've had several public meetings and also with our stakeholder group over the past basically year. And this is the final culmination. And this plan is required also to get any type of reimbursement in disasters.
And so for federal monies?
Yes.
Yeah. Very good. Thank you so much for
What I was
all the work you did on that.
I saying it covers a lot of the things I was wanting to make sure were in there.
Great. Thank you, sir. Is there a motion to approve alternative 1?
So moved.
First, Mr. Kiefer, second, Mr. Burdette. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 2, consideration to approve contract 23 RAQ-037 with peak pavement for the LeMig 2023 SAP Road restriping and signage.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the county was awarded a LMIG SAP grant, Safety Action Plan grant, by the state. And we collected a list of roads that need striping, and they're listed in the packet. It's $225,163.84. Staff is recommending approval.
Have a motion?
Make a motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Floyd to approve alternative 1. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 3, consideration to approve a proposal from Cogdell Mendrala Architects for design services for ECSO training facility and magistrate court.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Cogdell Madrala is one of the architects that are approved under our IDA agreement.
Okay.
We've in the past year and a half, we've been in discussions with the sheriff about designing and building a training center on the campus adjacent to the jail. The discussion then went into also the ability to include a magistrate court there, and that which would free up room in the judicial center and put the magistrate court closer to the jail, where it's considering most of their work is bond work. This is for design only. The not-to-exceed fee proposed is $494,000, and it's broken down into segments listed there. The staff is recommending alternative 1.
Should have been an architect.
Yep. Is there a motion to approve alternative 1?
Motion to approve alternative 1.
Second. Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Burdette to approve alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Consideration to approve a change order number 2, McWright LLC for contract 23 ITB 031. I know we've all reviewed it. It's only $2,179. So can I ask for a motion to approve alternative 1?
Motion to approve alternative one.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 5, consideration to approve a change order number 3, DPR Architect, for contract 20-006 for A&E services.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tim Callahan, County Manager, on behalf of Allison Bruton, who left early. The staff is recommending alternative 1. DPR Architect is the firm that designed our 2 fire stations in Guyton and Guyton and Hodgeville. Also designed the maintenance building that's under construction now, as well as the EMS. Because they have done work and we're going to be using similar designs for a station replacement at the Marlow station. Difference is that'll have an extra bay for EMS. And the South Effingham station, we are recommending that we amend their contract to include the designs for those stations, as well as there is additional renovations that need to be done to the Ebenezer station that we just took over from Rincon, to make that a station that can also handle, that used to be a volunteer station for them. And there's a minor change order, I mean, not a minor, there's the prison maintenance building. We had to do some design from electrical work when we discovered it conflicted with the electrical for the sign for the city of Springfield.
Is that change order not already approved? We're just doing number 3 tonight.
Oh, that's right. You were just doing number 3.
And number 3,
which is,
if I could abbreviate it, 110,000 added to what it costs of the building.
I wasn't paying attention. It's just the Ebenezer, the Marlow,
Yeah.
Fire stations.
Yeah, and that number 3 change order, you add that to the cost of what we pay for the building. That's a deal compared with what it costs to build one from scratch, so,
Right, well, it's just design.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is just design, we gotta
Yeah.
still do the, okay. All right, anyway, is there a motion to approve the change order number 3 for $110,000, $450, which is alternative 1?
So moved.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second, Mr. Loach, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 6, consideration to approve the purchase of 2 SCBA compressors for SCBA fill stations and supporting equipment for the fire department.
Yes, sir. Handful of months ago, the board approved the SCBA replacement, which is the air packs we use for firefighting. This is the second part of the approved funding, or excuse me, the budgeted funding. We have 2 compressors right now. One's 19 years old, one's 29 years old. The 29-year-old can't get parts for anymore. So with that being said, what we had proposed was replacing those 2 and taking the one that's a little bit younger and making it into reserve status. And then also the fill stations that are included in this will basically, at the satellite stations, they're manned stations, but it'll also give them the capability to fill off the bottles at those stations, and we'll just go around with the compressor and the fill trailer and fill those up from time to time.
Very good, and it's funded with the current 24
Yes, sir.
budget. Any questions or a motion for alternative 1?
Make a motion to approve alternative 1. Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Floyd, for alternative 1. All in favor say aye. Excuse me. Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 7, consideration to approve payment for the hardware warranty between Effingham County and Dominion Voting Systems Incorporated.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is just a change to the existing contract that we have for $2,179 for, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. This is for the
3rd year of a warranty contract. We
yeah,
just have to
3rd year of a
approve.
warranty contract for Dominion Voting. I apologize.
Yep. So is there a motion to approve alternative 1 for that?
Moved.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. I think we've worn our manager down over there. Item number 8, consideration to approve acceptance of a donation to Effingham County Board of Commissioners from Say One Incorporated in the amount of $10,000.
Good afternoon, Mark Barnes, Finance Director. Say One America has made a very generous donation to Effingham County for $10,000 to be used for general government purposes. The staff recommends alternative number 1 to accept the donation.
I'd like a motion for alternative one.
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Floyd. I'll let him weigh in here this time. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it's approved, and I hope we'll send them a good thank you from the Board of Commissions for their contribution, and we look forward to their next contribution. Item number 9, consideration to approve an indigent defense service agreement for the state court office.
Yes, sir. This comes from Judge Yeckel's office. So this contract is for calendar year 2024. It's basically the same contract as in 2023. It's for the same dollar amount for the indigent defense from 2023. The only difference is the attorney this year is going to be Amanda Oliveira. And there is a typo in the executive summary. I had the previous public defender's name in there, but it's going to be Amanda Oliveira going forward.
Why is the attorney changed? Did the other one resign, or what's the?
You know, there is a letter in the packet from Judge Yeckel about it. He didn't specifically say why that one was leaving, but he did mention that the new one is multilingual, speaks a few different languages, and how that was going to be a big asset for the court.
Okay. Any question or discussion? Motion for alternative one?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Deloach. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. I can tell we're getting tired with the motion. Second. Item number 12, consideration to approve the and publish new job descriptions for I'm sorry, I had I'm sorry. I had written notes in number 10 to ask why the attorney left, and I misconstrued that as the voting record I was keeping, so I apologize. Number 11.
I thought you did it on purpose.
Number 10, I mean, consideration to approve a final plat and warranty deed of New Haven Phase 2 located on Hodgeville Road, map number 416, parcel number 20F in the 2nd District. I apologize, CJ.
Yes, sir. Samantha Easton, Planner 2. Beth Holly with Ernest Communities is requesting approval for the final plat and infrastructure agreement for New Haven Phase 2. Earlier during our meeting with the owners and engineers and a couple county employees and commissioners, there were 3 things that were not completed at this time. I believe you received that list earlier today.
I did. Appreciate that. Development Services not received the bond. The road must be brought up to the county and EOM standards. Has that measurements and all been done yet? That's just so the board know. I met with, and Tim and I did as well as EOM, and Steve met with the developer and CJ, the engineer, to discuss some deficiencies at that time that they were going to address.
Yeah, so there's 3 things. I think the bond, the original bond amount needs to
Right.
come in. The last one is a signed plat, so that the commissioner, the chairman can sign it as well.
Correct.
And then the one in the middle is the one that EOM and I are going over now. So I guess what I would ask is if this body could give the chairman permission to execute the plat once staff is satisfied, which also includes EOM as the third-party reviewer. So we have done measurements, and EOM is going back out to do measurements as well, and we should hit a resolution on that.
Make sure we have it built to standard. All right,
That's correct.
I can live with that, the board can, so what I'm understanding, you'd like for this, we can't approve it without
Correct.
EOM and our staff, recommending approval. But because we're not meeting till January 6th.
6 weeks, yeah. So instead of waiting 6 weeks, this is something that we think can get resolved in the next week or so.
We would approve this upon the EOM and staff's recommendation. And you're asking if the board could make a motion to give the chairman the authority to
Correct.
sign
The plat.
the plat if
And when-
EOM and staff give me
Yes, sir.
the okay that
Yes, sir.
everything has been done.
Yes, sir. And then at that point, we would also work with Stephanie to get it recorded, once that happens.
Does the attorney
So-
have any heartbreak with them giving me the authority to sign it once, because we're not gonna sign it unless, or approve it unless they tell us it's okay anyway.
I mean, I'd like to know the reason. I guess, with this, we've never done it like this before. And so if there's a good reason for it, I guess I'm okay. It's, why isn't it all done now? Why isn't it like normal with you've got your deed and you got your plat and you got your bond in place? So we need a little more information on why it is the way it is, because just leaving it hanging out there.
Well, yeah, and I think you'll address
I
that
can
for the
answer
board to
that.
see if they want to go that route. And the reason I would be willing to it as the chairman is that it's unusual that we don't have 2 meetings in
That's
a row.
correct.
And we, because if it was kind of meeting in another 2 weeks, I'd say, no, get it all
Yeah.
done, come back to see us in 2 weeks.
But you're missing 2 meetings, so that's the reason.
Sets a precedent that this would be asked to do this again in the future. Why is it here now? Have everything we need now.
So you have the deed. The bond just got approved yesterday by EOM, so it was supposed to be overnighted. It did not show up today, correct? Okay. So the original bond amount is not here. We typically don't sign plats until they are approved, so.
What's the issue with the road? Because I think I met with you guys about 10, 12 days
Yeah,
ago.
I think it was Tuesday before Thanksgiving, maybe it was Wednesday.
Yeah,
I
it was
don't
before
remember when it was.
Thanksgiving, yeah. About
So
10
there
days
were
ago.
some measurements taken by EOM, and there were some measurements taken by us.
No, they didn't comply, and we agreed with that. Y'all were gonna go out and do that together.
We
before this
went out
meeting.
and took our measurements and marked where those measurements were taken, and they're going back out to do so this week as well.
So you've already taken your measurements.
We have, yes, sir.
And you've got those spots marked where you took those
Yes, sir.
measurements. I guess that's the one issue the board's gonna have to deal with, is that I was hoping all that would be done before this meeting.
I mean,
One
we
reason I would
can't-
consider it though is again, because it's unprecedented to miss 2 meetings, not 1 meeting. So we're putting it out, that length of time, but I'm good with whatever the board wants to do.
Can we,
January 2nd versus January 16th.
can we,
No, it's not. It's December, so you're missing the second meeting in December.
Second, yeah, that's.
We're missing December in the first meeting in January, so
Right.
it'd be, I don't know, it'd be 45 days or something.
Right.
in essence, would this be putting a stipulation on a plat? I mean, can we do that?
It's not putting a stipulation on
No,
it.
no,
It's
no,
just
I-
that,
no, I'm just,
Being that-
won't sign it. They should come here and the staff should say, we have examined, and the OM, we've examined the road and we approve, and we would authorize me to sign it at that point, for sure, because you're here and they approved. I was just willing to entertain the fact, if you gave me the authorization to sign it, I would not sign it until I got that same approval from staff and EOM.
correct.
That it is,
I'd be fine with that.
that's what I want to do. And only because this one time it's 2 meetings we're missing, not 1. It's not the next week, 2 weeks or whatever. It's more than 30 days. That's the only reason I would consider it as the chairman. So I think we have a reason to say it's not a precedent. Once again, this is where we've created a little bit of a hardship.
Okay.
So there's no road work that needs to be done, is that right?
Sir.
If there is, I won't sign it.
Right, that's correct.
It has to be complete.
It has to be, EOM has to tell me that the road is built to standard, and staff has to agree the road's built to standard. We met with it. If they say it's not, they're gonna have to come back and explain how they're gonna correct it.
Well, let's do this. If you want to do that, then let's ratify it at the next meeting as well.
Okay.
Okay?
And that way, it's not just out there waiting for you to sign if there is something wrong with the road.
I like that.
And then it has to be repaired, and now it's gonna be marked. Yeah, it's just, things can happen.
So by ratifying, you mean put into the record? Is that what you mean? Okay.
Yes, yeah.
All right.
And that way we know then too that everything was done. It just gives us a chance to review.
All right. Did you have a
Thank you, Mr.
comment to
Chairman.
make?
Approve
No,
as
sir,
is?
thank you.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna ask for a motion to provide the chairman with the authorization to sign the plat, if Development Services is satisfied with the bond, staff and Development Services and EOM and staff are satisfied with the road, and even though it's signed, it will be ratified on the January 16th. It'll be on the agenda to ratify it. Good with that?
So
You
moved.
good with that? Okay. Motion-
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette,
Okay.
You're now 2 and 1.
No, I'm 1.5 out of 3.
I would say that's a whole one
Good night,
there.
CJ. Motion by Mr. Burdette, second Mr. Deloach. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, that passes, as I stated, unanimously. All right, item number 12 now, job descriptions. Consideration to approve and publish new,
11.
what?
Number 11.
You must be hungry.
Well, I've got to vote there
Number 11
already.
is a resolution.
You said chicken leg, and then I've been thinking about fried chicken ever
Oh,
since you said that.
I see what I did. I'm sorry. Let me change this right here. I had the vote there already. All right, number 11, consideration to approve resolution 23-031 requesting the introduction of local legislation and the creation of a public facilities authority. This is important. I'm glad we didn't skip it.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So if the board recalls, on more than one occasion, we've had to go through the IDA when it came to borrowing on projects, water, sewer, and the gymnasium. This would basically provide indication of support to our state legislative delegation to introduce local legislation to establish a public facilities authority, which would allow us to, it would have a separate board that could be made up of all 3 Board of Commissioners members, but it would allow us to do that process on our own. And so I have spoken to Senator Hickman, Representative Hitchens, and Speaker Burns regarding this, and I've sent them a draft for review. They have requested that we have a resolution indicating our support, and once they have that, they will try and get this on the agenda as quickly as they can.
So-
Staff is recommending alternative 1.
Approving of the resolution. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Burdette to approve alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Now, number 12, consideration to approve and publish new job description for senior planner, purchasing agent, purchasing tech, procurement and capital projects manager, and emergency medical technician, EMT.
Yep, Sarah Mousoff, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, here for any questions you might have. This is going to allow for a couple promotions if approved. Chelsea would be one, moving to senior planner.
Well, we can't approve that.
Mhm.
All right, is there any question,
So
discussion?
we'll have 2 purchasing agents going forward, Allison and somebody?
Well, Allison would also be the next promotion. She would be the procurement and capital projects manager. So with a little bit of restructuring under the county manager, we would like to give her a promotion and slide.
No, she's not here.
Yeah. She's at her daughter's performance for school, singing the Christmas carol, yeah.
And the way that we restructured that is we've had Angela kind of assist Allison in both procurement and project management. Allison lead the project
lead.
management portion of it, just because those are so critical to the county's success.
Oh, my goodness, I'm sorry. Make a motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, to approve alternative 1, second, Mr. Burdette. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. And just so you know, I'm sure you have already discussed this with the managers I have, but that emergency medical technician also is going to be a great help to Wanda.
Yes, that's right.
We're trying to get that support that she needs in her management, so.
Yes, she's
yeah.
finally come around, so
Yeah,
yes.
she's finally gonna let go of some responsibility. That's great. Item number 13, consideration to approve an employee recognition program as presented by the Office of Human Resources.
Yes, so as you can see, there was a PowerPoint attached. What we'd like to do is initiate this, and again, there's no administrative fees. It would only be to employees who hit certain milestone years, and there would be a dollar amount assigned to the level of service. And they can go on this website and pick something that they actually want and could use versus, you know, not everybody has an office where they can house a plaque or a nice award, right? They're not interested in that. So this would allow them to actually get something meaningful to themselves. And then there's also several other cities and counties that use this. We met them at GLGPA, which is the local Human Resources Association for the cities and counties here. Bullitt County uses it, Putnam County, Macon-Bibb uses it, City of Woodstock, City of Lilburn, Eatonton, Gainesville, Chamblee, and several others in the Atlanta metro area.
Is there already HR budget available for this?
Currently, yes. I do have where we were gonna do a fall festival and we weren't able to because of a storm. So it's already approved, but going forward in future years. And again, he did tell me that not everybody who earns this award actually uses it. So we're not charged until they redeem the code. So I get like a monthly invoice.
Very good. Did you want to
Somebody
comment?
wants to speak.
Sure.
Matthew Spaccarelli. I spent a few minutes on the website looking at this ahead of time. For a camera that costs $227.95, it's $65 online. I propose you just give the money to the employee. Just give them the cash. Like, my wife has one of these programs, and we got a chair after 30 years of service. People want the money. I mean, I think it's good that you're doing it or thinking about doing it. Just give them the money. The only benefit that this has, according to the guy that ran Craig, I think, tax implications. But, you know, to pay a little bit of tax on $226 instead of getting a $65 camera, just give them the money. That's all I'd say. I think it's good, you know, so just give them the money.
Well, we try to give them the money too.
Yeah, yeah.
We're trying to do something in addition to the money.
A huge
Yeah, but, you
upcharge.
know,
One of the- Just for the record, one of the things we did, we've done salary studies that other counties have not done. And we boosted our pay, and then we came back and gave some additional pay. So we're trying to set the, I guess, the standard for quality paying our staff. Even our, yeah.
How long have I got to work to get one of the $200 cameras?
That's what, almost
I said, how long have I got to be elected to get one of the $200 cameras?
I think they charge $226 a camera, but it's $65.
I think the idea is to do something other than just the plaque that we've been doing. That's more special. Well, it don't mean we can't do some money if we want to do it, if it's a real special
Maybe
thing.
that could be an option.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
$50 gift card or whatever.
And if employees, some of them don't use
There you
it
go.
until they get the bill, if they use it, it kind of says that maybe they don't
All
want
right,
the
the
stuff.
gifts are they set in stone, or is that something you could work with, like the gift card, if you want to recommend that to them?
We could work with that, yes. We
Okay.
can structure it.
You can structure something that may provide that, and that'll answer that, thought, okay? All right, any,
Waited a long time to discuss that.
But, you know, everybody loves cash, right? Think of the employees.
Cash is king.
You know.
Good point, yes, thank you.
Instead of a chair or a camera, just
no, I appreciate your comment.
Yes, thank you.
All right, is there a motion to approve, and then we'll let HR work out if they can put some cash and send it to it.
approve.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, and I heard 2 seconds. Mr. Floyd, I'll take yours. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously. And I think we're at we've got 2 more. 14, consideration to approve summary of material modifications and amendments 6 to the Maritime Health Plan.
Yes, sir. So this actually came in at the last commissioner meeting while we were sitting here, and I told them it was too late, I'd have to wait. So basically, it is just, in the staff report, it's literally just this paragraph on claims procedure that's been modified. I don't see any objection to it, just allowing them to appoint someone to be their representative. So it's just kind of some housekeeping. We just need to get the amendment officially signed.
Okay. Question, discussion, a motion to approve alternative 1.
Make motion to approve alternative
Second.
1.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Kiefer, to approve alternative 1. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no.
How do you get them to quit
Hearing no
calling you?
no's, it passes
I'm
unanimously.
sorry?
How do you get Maritime to quit calling you? They call me all the time.
They might be calling you because you've probably been assigned a case manager considering your accident. Yes, sir. So they're doing their job and making sure you're okay.
They wanna put me on some kind of telemedicine.
Oh, that's a personal matter.
Yeah, yeah.
You're standing between us and food.
Oh, sorry. I don't know if it was just me or everybody, you know?
Yeah.
It's certain
They called me
individuals,
one
yes,
time, and I
yeah.
told them how healthy I was. They said, we won't bother you anymore.
Item number 15, consideration to approve 3 drug enforcement positions for the sheriff's office. And I know the sheriff had spoken to me about this a while back. we're trying to get ahead of infrastructure, try to get ahead of all kind of things with, and we need to get ahead of crime possibly.
We do, yes, and overdoses and illegal drug activity,
He offered
so.
to be here tonight, but I told him that I felt confident that we would get these approved.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the conversations had, that probably like you've had, Sheriff, whatever you can do to send those who want to do drug and traffic it, sell it, make it so difficult they go somewhere else.
Yes, and this would be 3 positions exclusively dedicated to just drug investigations.
And we got so many empty positions, I think it's funded from our current budget, right?
I think, well,
In the future, it might not be,
He
but
has
this year.
some vacancy
this
money right
year,
now, yes.
we could end up that way. It just
Yeah.
depends where,
Whether you feel
overtime.
Yeah.
But even so, we need to get
Depends
out
where
ahead
overtime ends
of,
up.
not just the roads, but crime that
Mm-hmm.
can come with the growth. So, a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Deloach to approve alternative 1, second by Mr. Burdette. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Pass along our appreciation, we will too, to the mayor, the sheriff
Yes, sir.
for
Thank
keeping our
you.
community so safe.
And he appreciates this. Thank you, guys.
If you have to have a report from the commission or staff, please do it quickly.
No report, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Pretty quick.
I don't have anything, except if you plan on attending the Eggs and Issues, I need a hand.
When's the exhibition?
Is it?
It's on the 15th, December 15th.
It's when?
15.
December 15th.
December 15th.
When do you need to know by?
Right now, because we
Friday.
want to go
I'll be
ahead
there.
and-
I don't know, I'll be
Is this
there.
Friday?
Next Friday.
I'll be there.
It's Friday,
I'll be there.
okay.
Next Friday.
Not this coming Friday,
Yeah, okay.
a week.
It's
AM.
early Friday morning, though.
Yeah, 7:30.
All right, I've got to be somewhere Friday evening, so I can be there.
I can't
I'll
do
be
that.
Where's it gonna be?
At the Career Academy.
there. Okay.
So, is that everybody?
I'll do it.
I don't
Except
know.
you? Okay, so 4. Got it. Thank
Eggs and
you. That's
Issues.
all I got.
Okay. I'll go into the horn.
No, I don't have anything.
Roger?
Do a couple quickies, hopefully. Mr. Edwards, quick update on his permitting?
I think he's been given, everything he needs, right? Eric Edwards? Yeah.
Vortex?
Thank you.
Yeah, done.
Yeah.
Stop signs, I know, we could talk about them later. I've
Yeah.
got complaints about them, but I guess the latest thing, some's been knocked over already or something and.
Yeah, so there's been, this is Park West, and so Park West does have a speeding problem, and so we've been working with the HOA about installing stop signs, because we don't do speed bumps, and on the county maintained road portion, and they've not been well received. And so they've asked us to hold off on installing any more, and what we'll probably end up doing is they might have done some overkill recommendations of locations, and so we might just kind of look at a few locations and say there really doesn't need a stop sign there, but for these straightaways we do.
And that HOA meeting is Saturday.
Yeah.
I don't know, okay. And D.R. Horton, you have
Oh, yeah.
any
So-
news?
On Creekside or on Longleaf?
Longleaf.
Longleaf.
So Longleaf Village, we did do
Microphone.
a final, I'm sorry, what?
Mike.
So, Steve Candler, Director of Development Services. So we did do a final plat inspection for Longleaf Village Phase 1. And there were some items that needed to be brought up to standard there. Some of them were, cleaning out stormwater drains, some of the road issues. We talked about the buffers up against Autumn Woods. There was a lot of indication, positive feedback that something would be done there. We did suggest the fence at the time. They did write it down as something that they would look into for sure.
Nothing feedback-wise, that's just what I was looking for.
Yep, and then we have not had a response from the, normally we go out there, EOM goes out there, we give them a letter, we say, here, we do these things, and then we wait for them to come back for a reinspection.
Craig Scott talked to, keep getting blasted by him, of course, and I understand he's upset because he's got 2 areas that back up now. He's the one with the corner.
Yes,
He's
he-
probably getting hit the worst.
Yes.
I assured him we're trying our
So
best to do
we
something.
measured those buffers. They did not meet the current standard, and that's why we made the suggestion that something needed.
He said he talked to the project manager today or yesterday, and he said they're not doing anything.
He was not involved in the process.
I know he wasn't, but I'm just relaying information, just trying to get something done.
So, and that final plat will have to come before you for approval, and it will have a list of things that meet the standard or don't meet the standard.
Okay, great,
Yeah.
great. I didn't think about that portion of it, but yeah, you're right.
Good.
Okay. Anything else?
No, sir.
I've been thinking about us having a team building event, and I think next Saturday, I'm gonna take us all out to my 5-acre field, and we're gonna have a dove shoot. How about that?
Let's do it.
Sounds good.
And I bring-
I'll call the sheriff and get a permit.
Can I bring my Sega 12?
I'm good.
How about
The one
dirt?
thing about the, that, Manning Graham with the tax bill on Old Augusta Road, remember?
Yeah.
That I sent
Oh,
that, I think I
yeah,
sent it to Lee. I just wanna make sure he's asking me about it.
Yeah,
Is he
and
gonna have
it-
to continually contest that every year? to the board?
Yeah, and my conversation was the answer is yes, because they reassess it every year.
That's right.
But it seems kind of ridiculous, and so everyone knows, if everyone knows about this one, he's got a property on Old Augusta Road. It is AR, you all gave him relief.
Predominantly wet, there's a.
Yeah.
There's only like 2 acres of usable property.
Yeah, and so, but they zoned it, even though it's AR, as if it was industrial.
It's like a $40,000 tax bill.
Yeah, and it was pretty massive amount, and so y'all, if you recall, he appealed and you all granted him relief. But the problem is, it then gets reassessed again every year, and so
Right back
therefore,
up. I mean, we
it goes right back up.
And
So
he's telling me that R.B. Baker owns over 100 acres across from him with more uplands, and
It's
they haven't-
valued at 400 and something.
Yeah, they haven't changed his zoning.
Why is his zoning been changed to I-1?
They said his best use.
That's not
See,
what it's
that's what
on.
the gov-
You
that's an
can't, you
overreach
can't,
to me.
you can't,
And with the new setback, what is uplands with new setbacks and all? It's not even in.
Well,
That's what we said last year, but then.
I don't know what the answer.
I was
is.
told because somebody had complained that their property was being assessed higher because of industrial properties. I understood that they couldn't go out there and decide, well, your best use is I-1, even though you want AR1.
Right.
And
The way state law is, he has to pay that bill.
Yeah, and then get it refunded.
Before we can grant a refund.
So I think I've kind of asked that, that we get a refresher on this. And so I know it won't be for 45 days, but that would be at the next meeting.
have Neil come.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if I need to go, and you and I just sit down with Neil and say, what's going on? We can't do this every year.
Right.
Well, he has appealed it, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he don't need to pay
He said
it
there was
and then appeal
something
it.
where you could go before the board and pay only 85%. He's like, if I'm paying 85% of 40, I may as well just,
Yeah.
not waste my time going before
98%
the Board of Assessors.
But it's
Why don't
still,
we put the
it's
wetlands
it's AR1
that'd be-
property being taxed, being assessed at an I-1 rate.
If you'd give that information, I wouldn't mind even before Neil comes, say, explain to me why you can go, why, because I talked to him about different things like that, and just say,
Yeah.
why can you do that? How,
Yeah.
why are we doing that, and how can we do that? Let's,
Yeah.
and give me the information on the
And can
property.
he override it, go in, and say, this is, if the,
Can he do
if
something?
it's a system kicking it out or whatever when they
No,
enter
no, it's
everything,
his
but-
assessment.
Well, give me the property.
Yeah.
So I'm up to speed with it, and I'd like to just call him and talk to him as a chairman and see what's going on. How
Right.
can we get this, because we're gonna relieve it, and it shouldn't be this burden.
That's right. You know,
Okay.
you know what the outcome is. So,
Do you mind calling the owner first? I mean, he's nice, so he can explain to you that he's getting a 40,000,
Yeah. Well, give me,
He knows,
give me the
our
information,
position.
and I'll do some,
Yeah,
since it's so long, and I'll follow up. Anything else?
that's it.
I do have a need for executive session, but we can take it back then.
Yep. Real quickly, tomorrow morning, I am signing the documents with Carter and Finger. If anybody wants to come, enjoy that time. They're coming to our place. And do we have a workshop under plan for the weekend of the county retreat? So it's not meeting to January 16th. We probably need to get a room if we're gonna have a workshop. Have we thought about that already?
For, Effingham Day?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's not until the first week of February.
I know,
It'll
but
be
the
the end.
16th only gives you a month to make sure you have a room. I don't want to book up the rooms and all.
We'll
Do-
have it.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that's on our radar. We got that.
You got this.
You got this. Sounds good. All right, we have a motion to go in executive session that the manager's asking for, discuss personnel, property, pending litigation. So moved by who? Second. Who moved it? Floyd? Who's second? Who's the second? Mr. Burdette, all in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, we are in executive session.